They have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot?
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb back at our KNBR studios in Daly City. I'm here live at Oracle Park where the Giants just won their second series of the season, a 5-0 victory over the Phillies after a 6-0 win last night. Devers drives in 4 of the 5 runs, including a big 3-run home run that put the Giants on top 3-0, and then ultimately they run away with it 5-0. Depop, what's going on, bro?
What's
How we
going
doing,
on, man? Allergies getting to you a little bit?
Yeah, allergies. My voice is gone. Like,
No, you're
it's
good.
been. I'd love to act like it was because I was screaming at a ball game or something, but it's just, dude, allergies are whooping my ass.
No, dude, they're getting to me, man. My eyes every morning.
Do you get hay fever too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Like, there's only so much the D can do, and I'm talking about Claritin D when you take it, and it clears you up with your congestion. But as far as, like, your eyes and dryness, good Lord, man, every day I get the cruddy eyes. But people don't want to hear about that from me.
No, they don't want to hear about the cruddy eyes. They don't want to hear about cruddy
I can go into graphic detail about my cruddy eyes, but alas, the Giants just won.
Well, while we're talking about crusty crap in our eyes, I got a thought on that.
Yeah?
Dude, when I was a kid, I used to get allergies so bad, I would wake up and my eyes would be, like, sealed shut. It was so bad. Like, my eyes would water so much overnight and hard.
Eyes wide shut? Yeah, no, I got you.
Eyes wide shut, dude. It's been brutal, dude. I woke up in the sunken place is what happened, dude. It's what it felt like. It's like falling into a deep, dark pit. Much like the Giants seemingly were until they broke through yesterday.
Yep.
Any feeling for you? Because I was waiting for, after this game, my first thought is, man, all the talking we did the other day about how ineffective this team has been and how there's been no redeeming qualities to allow you to believe they can take a step forward or they can compete. Now, what the lineup has done the last couple of days is still sort of akin to what we thought it could do or was capable of.
Yeah.
But for me, it's not about can they score 5 or 6 here and there. It's how consistent can they put it together. That was the big problem last year, was they would go through major stretches of doing everything wrong, then for a couple of games they'd do it right, and then they'd fall back into a stretch of ineffectiveness or inability to put pressure on the opposition. This is an impressive series win. I mean, the Phillies are a good team. They're a tough lineup. They got out of a tough jam in the 7th inning earlier today with Killian coming in. Molly threw great. Hauser threw great earlier in the series. Robbie Ray threw great yesterday. Can they continually put together consistent enough at-bats and performances from the pitching staff to allow this team to find success? That's going to be the question, is how long can they put together these at-bats? Because still Jung-Hoo Lee not hitting.
No.
Nice to have him off the bench last night. Harrison Bader is like an out right now every time he's up there. Pat Bailey had a couple of nice at-bats today, did get a knock in this one, but everybody wants to talk Daniel Susack.
There's a conversation to be had, though.
Well, it's 2 games again.
I
We've
know.
seen 2 from Susack.
Dude, I know.
Isn't it's not a quarterback who is struggling and then a backup comes in and is lighting it up and winning games for you. There's a conversation we had about how you use Susack.
Exactly.
But to say it should be his job, I'm not
saying that. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is you have to find a way to incorporate Daniel Susack every day in the lineup. Because I get it. Like today,
every day?
I think every day or damn near close.
We think 2 games of the performance he's had warrants every day he should be in the lineup?
I say just ride the hot hand for right now, as Mike Krukow said this morning, until you realize, okay, it's a little too much for him at this time. But after the performances he had a week ago on Thursday and last night, I do think that you should find a way to incorporate him, not every day, but damn near every day, where I know Patrick Bailey is a Gold Glove catcher, but he leaves a lot to be desired when he's hitting. So I would say that, like today, like, does Luis Arraez need to DH? Maybe you find a way to have Daniel Susack DH. But there is a way. Go ahead.
Well, structurally, that never makes sense. If you have 2 catchers on the roster, DHing one of them would mean if something happened to Pat Bailey, like if you're going to DH Susack,
right.
Patrick Bailey, it doesn't even have to be his fault. He could catch a foul tip off his mask and it rattles him, or him jams a finger or something like that. Then to put Susack in the game at catcher, you then have to lose the designated hitter. You'd have to lose your DH for the remainder of the game and put Susack in there. Wherever he's hitting, you'd have to replace Patrick Bailey with the pitcher spot to put Susack in to the lineup. So now, to put Susack in the lineup, you'd be risking any sort of moment where Bailey gets tweaked. If he's your DH, then you lose your DH for the game if something happens to your catcher. So it's a very risky proposition. It's also why you generally don't pinch hit your only backup catcher early in a game if you're leading or anything like that. Like at the end of this game, Marcus was talking about that. Instead of Oliva, get Susack in there. Marcus Boucher said that to me, and I said, well, if you do that, though, and then something happens to Bailey, then you don't have a catcher. So there's structural things with the roster, and that's why a backup catcher is so peculiar as to how you use them. Maybe there's more days in a week he needs to be in the lineup. Maybe you ease him in so Bailey's on 4 games and he's on 2, or it's 3 and 3, something like that. But there's a case to be made about getting him in the lineup more because of what he's doing right now and because of how hot he's been. But I don't know that there's a consistent way unless you give him the job and take it from Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do that just yet because there is value.
Where I'm at,
yeah. I mean, like again, like I don't want to make this to be like like a quarterback being out for 2 weeks and like Matt Jones deserves the job over Brock Purdy. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you need to find a way to have Daniel Susack play more. And I heard Tony Vitello yesterday, like John Shea just straight up asked him, at this point, has Daniel Susack proven to be an everyday player? And he laughed and said, yeah, he's playing great right now. But, it's tough. And he goes back to college saying, when I recruit, I look for 2 catchers at a time. I'm looking for 2 catchers to play for my team. And maybe it is where Susack plays more frequently. Every third day you see him in there. I just think that right now he's the one guy on the team that's consistently hitting. And I know it's just 2 games and it's a short sample size, but at least just ride that hot hand for now. So I hear you, Copes. You got to have contingency plans if Patrick Bailey does get hurt and if Susack, becomes that DH, then you screw that position. But I just think there's got to be a way where they can have this kid play a little bit more.
Would you say that Chapman's hitting consistently now?
No.
No?
Well, the last 2 days, yes.
Chapman,
and John Miller.
This series,
go ahead.
In this homestand, he's been pretty damn good.
No, he has. I mean, consistently, yes. But like the last 2 days, yes. Like even John Miller gave us the point last night. Watch out for Matt Chapman against Christopher Sanchez. So no, he's definitely coming around. The whole team came around the last 2 days. I thought the pitching was fantastic last night with Robbie Ray. The bullpen's coming to its own. Tyler Mahle today, or Mahle, I should say, pitching pretty well, and everybody else that came with the bullpen. I mean, it was huge in the the 7th inning today, it was the 6th inning where Matt Chapman. He has that ABS challenge where he thought that he deserved a strike there, gets a ball, and then the Phillies challenge, and he strikes out. Then right after that, Rafael Devers hits a 3-run bomb. So, things are turning in their direction right now. Back-to-back shutouts at home for the first time for the Giants since 2018. I mean, yes, some guys are coming into their own right now, but I wouldn't say consistently hitting. I need to see it for more games, and I need to see it on the road as they head to Baltimore. And then who's it after that? Cincinnati, and then Washington, and then they come home for the Dodgers on April 21st.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. I'm live from the ballpark here at Oracle Park. Derek, back to the KNBR studios. We'll take a quick break. We are going to get into more of what happened today with the Giants and last night. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Would love to hear from the Giants fans out there. How we feeling 2 games after we felt like the sky was falling and everything was bottoming out a couple of days ago after they blew that 4-0 lead. Don't forget, they were up 4-0, then they went up 6-0 yesterday at 5-0 today is the final. Giants take 2 of 3. They make it a 3-4 homestand as they hit the road. Should note, Chapman's average right now is up. I think he's up to 304 or something right now. So he is hitting okay, though he did strike out today after the Arise
300 on the season
triple.
right now.
300 on the season. He did strike out swinging with a runner on third in the first inning, but ultimately the Giants get a win in this one. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Have the Giants eased your tensions with these last couple of wins against Philadelphia? We'll get more into that next. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, it's a huge one tonight in San Jose as the Sharks square off against the Edmonton Oilers in the penultimate home game of the season. San Jose sits 3 points out of the final wildcard spot with 6 games remaining, so tell them, Ron.
Kind of a big deal.
Puck drop 7 p.m. at SAP. Keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
2-2 pitch. There's a drive down the right field line, slicing, and it's in there! Fair ball, and it bounces off the netting and the sidewall, goes into the corner. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, and Susack has a triple. His 3rd hit of the game.
Daniel Susack last night as part of the Giants' victory 6-0 over the Phillies. That 2-run triple made it 6-0 as he slides into 3rd there. He's, 6 for 7 now on the season.
Oh, yeah.
Which base 4 times in his first start as a big leaguer and then keeps it going yesterday. Giants get the win today 5-0 behind a 3-run homer from Rafi Devers, and also he drove in a run a little bit later on in the game as well. Giants close it down. I was wondering last night, how were they going to get through the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and how are they going to do it tonight, the final 9 outs of this afternoon, I should say. Ultimately, they did it, and Caleb Killian came in despite walking the first guy he faced and bringing the tying run to the plate, and Schwarber, he gets through Schwarber, and then he gets through the rest of the Phillies order there to set him down. Has not allowed a run himself yet this season. He was pumping 98, 99 when he came in. Then you get Blake Tidwell comes in. Blake Tidwell. Blade Tidwell comes in for a clean inning. And then you get Eric Miller closing it down for some excitement in the 9th. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. You know what it feels like, Derek? Remember early in the year I said, are we going to get like a Jekyll and Hyde type Giants offense?
Yeah.
When they hit, they look real good. And when they don't and they lose, they look really bad. Like
it's feast or famine, dude.
They're not like losing games where they looked good losing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they're losing games like 8-7. No, I mean like
no.
Yeah, like it's honestly though, dude, it's been this way for a long time though. Like it's not just last year or the early parts of this year. Like that's been the case with the Giants for the last 5 seasons where yes, there's moments where you know what, they're getting hot right now. Don't look now at these Giants, but then they fall flat again, and that's just what you needed to avoid. Where yes, it's early on, and I didn't want to use the schedule as an excuse because you play a lot of good teams early on. And yes, you're playing the Phillies, the Yankees, the Mets. It's just like you look lifeless against the Mets. Have some competition.
Padres even.
Yeah, Padres even. But like, you know, the Phillies are a good team, and they are better than the Giants right now on paper, but you win this series. You win 2 out of 3, so keep that momentum going. Go on, long streaks here. Don't flatline like you did the last previous seasons.
I also want to tip the cap to Robbie Ray.
Oh, yeah.
Robbie Ray pitched great last night. He's looked really good early in the season. Molly was fantastic today. What do you have, 6 Ks or 6 or 7 Ks or something for Tyler Molly today? So he goes 5 2/3. He goes 5 2/3. Matt Gage looked good when he came into the game today. So the bullpen, very clean and effective in the last couple of days. What's still weird, though, is I'm sitting here at the ball game, and I was with Marcus and Walt. And by the way, we're sitting here in the club section, or the club level, and this listener came up and took a photo with Marcus and I with their son. Mm-hmm. And after, dude, Walter's sitting there, and the guy goes, "Are you Greg? You're not Greg Papa, are you?"
To who?
To Walter. To Walt.
Asked if he's Greg Papa?
I was like, yeah, and then he said, "Are you Derek Papa?" And he goes, "No, I'm Walter." He called us
Greg Silver.
I was like,
this guy's clearly not a fan.
This guy doesn't have any idea who Greg Papa is then. He's like, "Are you Greg Papa?" He's like, "No, what?"
No.
Anyway.
Walter. Okay.
Well, we're sitting there, and it's interesting as a Giants fan now trying to map out where you think Vitello is going to go in the bullpen. Like, what order he's going to use. I kind of thought maybe we'd see Ryan Walker. I know he was out there yesterday, but an off day tomorrow. I thought maybe Gage. Didn't think we'd see Baraki again, and we did not.
No.
They'll probably wait until he's coming into a low-leverage situation, either with the Giants trailing or early when somebody gets relieved as a starter. But it is still weird trying to figure out roles right now, and I wonder how long it'll be until these guys are pitching effectively enough, consistently enough, in order for them to solidify some roles in the bullpen.
Well, I mean, is it possible, and I know that Sean Estes told us a couple weeks ago that you need to define roles, but is it possible that Tony Vitello just operates this way for the majority of the season? I think not, but I don't know, like right now, yeah, like Eric Miller is the closer today, and it just kind of fluctuates. Last night it was different. You had Keaton Wynn close out the game, so I really don't know right now. I think that even Tony Vitello doesn't know right now. He's defining roles for everybody on this roster, but it's good to see the bullpen come to around the last 2 games. So, yeah, I don't know when he's going to solidify these roles. I do wonder if it's going to be longer than the usual manager just because he's learning this process. But, yeah, it is interesting to see once they nail this down who's in their spots when it comes to the bullpen.
I see people checking in here at 808 KNBR. We'll go out to the phone lines here in just a minute. 415-808-5627 is the number for the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and the number to call if you want to get involved in this. Yeah, my allergies are bothering me, dude. And I know I sound terrible right now. 310 checks in, says you were saying you're big on your Zyrtec. Is that it?
No, I'm on the Claritin D, my man. Claritin D.
Oh, you're on the Claritin D. You said D doesn't help everything. 310 says, when it comes to this team, the Wolf in Pulp Fiction said it best. Let's not go sucking each other's Claritin Ds.
And you know what? That sums it up, dude.
Text.
No, that sums it up.
That's a hell of a text.
That's right.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a text. Another more people are checking in here on the YouTube chat as well. Somebody asking if I'm in the bunker. No, dude, no. The bunker's a popcorn stand now.
Not anymore, man. The bunker is gone.
I'm coming to you live from the auxiliary visiting Spanish broadcast booth here at Oracle Park.
Oh, you popped into there? Okay.
I'm in the auxiliary visiting Spanish broadcast booth. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. We got Nick is in Sonora. Thinks Susack, he's got an idea for how Susack could get in the lineup a bit more. Nick, you're on the sports leader.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Nick?
What's up,
driving
Nick?
Driving down to Modesto right now, playing some baseball, so we're coming from Sonora. But I'm thinking, what if, we put Susack at first base? Maybe do like a Buster Posey type of role where maybe you play some catcher sometimes and some first base sometimes. I think it kind of helps in two ways. It alleviates maybe some first base issues we've been having. Devers seemed to have a lack of effort on a couple plays, and then, of course, Casey Schmidt out there, it seemed like he wasn't doing maybe as good. So, he's a tall body, so we know he can field because he's a catcher, so he's got a good glove. And then, secondly, you have his bat in the lineup a little bit more consistently, and maybe just ride it while he's hot. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah,
Appreciate the call, Nick. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Derek.
I don't think you need to have Daniel Susack leapfrog Casey Schmidt at first base right now. I understand. Look, I think that he gives you a lot more than Patrick Bailey at the plate, but I'm not ready to give this guy, yes, if there's a role that he can play every day, I'm for it, but I don't want to take other positions away from him. I'm cool with DH. But again, Cope's made a very good point with someone getting hurt that kind of screws up the lineup there. So, no, I don't want to, where yes, I want Rafael Devers to play first base, but if he's DHing, I want Casey Schmidt in that spot. Casey Schmidt's earned that spot over Daniel Susack with a larger sample size. So, yeah, I don't want to do that just yet. I think there is a way to get this guy more playing time. Maybe it's not every day, but I don't think you need to take other spots away from other people just to get Daniel Susack in the lineup.
Dude, they scored 5 runs today without Patrick Bailey doing much at the plate, right? Again, if the rest of the guys hit, Patrick Bailey's offense is not something we're focused on.
But imagine if they're all hitting, though, Copes.
If they're all hitting them, we're in business.
Yeah, exactly.
If they're all hitting, we're in business. You still got to get outs, right? Patrick Bailey had a great strike him out, throw him out, double play to end an inning today. And I'm not saying that Susack isn't capable of that. It's a little alarming to hear callers say, let's do the Buster Posey thing with Daniel Susack, who was grabbed in the Rule 5 draft. There's a reason this guy wasn't even on a 40-man, right? The A's didn't have room for him, and I know that's a roster crunch thing. He's in his first 2 weeks as a big leaguer, right? He's played 2 games at the plate. Would it surprise anybody if he went 0 for his next 18 or 2 for his next 25? No. Because that's baseball, and that's what backup catchers do. That's what backup guys do. He's red hot or has been, and to say he's hot is a little bit deceiving. 2 games a week apart from each other isn't necessarily hot. I like what I've seen.
Yeah.
I don't think that means this guy should shoulder 450 at-bats because we've seen him play 2 games. And I know Giants fans, that's more of a product of how desperate we are for offense. Right?
Yes.
But as I said before, catchers in general, by nature, are not offensive stalwarts. There are exceptions to that rule, but Cal Raleigh had the greatest season a catcher's ever had. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're hell, some of the best catchers in the Hall of Fame, we're pretty sure we're juicing. You know what I mean? Because you don't put up those types of numbers with the beating that your body's taken. Punch Rodriguez at 150 games behind the plate a season. Buster, it ultimately broke down his body and affected his offense. So I do think there's something to having an offensive counterpart to Patrick Bailey's defense. I'm just not at the point where I'm like, we got to figure out a way to get his bat in the lineup. Like that, it's not. He didn't hit 7 homers in the 6 or 7. You know what I mean? Doesn't he have 5 singles?
Yeah.
Is it 5 singles?
I believe
Again,
so.
2 of the singles came on first pitches of the at-bat. You love to see that. All of that's positive. That does not mean this guy's going to hit 320 or 290 or even 100 points higher than Patrick Bailey for the remainder of the season. So I'd say pump the brakes. I'd say let's get excited when Susack does get an opportunity. But I also can see people going, well, they didn't play him enough, and now he's cooled off when he comes back in. So I'm not totally there yet. I like when he's in there, what we've seen. But I also have a lot of confidence in Patrick Bailey behind the plate. And I think because defense isn't sexy and catching's not sexy, people have forgotten what it was like those 2 years, but we didn't have anybody back there. That Joey Bart was a hazard back there, right? I mean, we were clamoring for Kurt Casale to come back just so you knew you had a guy back there who would be a brick wall. So if Bailey's giving you the Gold Glove defense or the Platinum Glove defense, I can live with what he's given me at the plate if everybody else is producing. I don't think Susack changes the fortunes for this team offensively.
No, I definitely hear you on that one. So how would you incorporate him, Copes? Would you have him play against lefties? Would you have him every third day? Like, what's the best role for him at this point? Because I hear you. Like, yes.
Best role is, I think best role is backup catcher. Or if he gets to apply, this is what I would love to have happen. Every once in a while, these backup guys get to a spot where there's a starting pitcher that's really comfortable with them. Like, what if he became Robbie Ray's guy? So you knew every 5th day you're getting him out there for Robbie Ray.
Right.
Sometimes that kind of stuff happens where guys have a relationship. I would love to see there be some consistency to when he plays. Is it 4 on, 1 off for Bailey? Is it 3 on and 1 off, and then you're going with Susack? That's where I'm at. That's how I would get him in. He's still a backup. He's still got a big role on this team. I just don't think it needs to be every day. Let's go back out to the phone lines, 808 KNBR. Let's go to Scarecrow, who's in Sacramento. Scarecrow, good to talk to you, man. How we feeling after the second series win of the year?
Well, I'm looking at these guys like a work in progress. You've got a whole bunch of guys learning first base. You've got another guy learning second base. You've got another guy learning right field. And that's going to take a little bit of time to get there, not to mention the fact that they're also learning how to become a bullpen. And that's a lot to digest. I think they're going to be a whole lot better in the second half of the season. And really, when it gets right down to it, you've got guys that are trying to learn their positions. It's the old Giants philosophy, sacrifice defense for offense, and you got it in spades. So I think it's going to be a work in progress.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. Thanks so much. I mean, you'd hope it's a work in progress, right? I mean, that was my point the other day when I said, everybody who believes this thing is going to get better, why do you believe that? What have we seen from these guys to allow you to believe they're going to get better? Again, I think that Harrison Bader's already had the best season of his career. Mm-hmm. I mean, last year was statistically the best year that he's ever had, and he hadn't had a season like that since early in his career when he wasn't an everyday player. So, are we projecting he's going to repeat that? Are we looking for an earlier days version of Harrison Bader? The point is you always want your team to play their best baseball or football or basketball, whatever, at the end of the season or in the most important parts of the year down the stretch. You want to get better and improve down the stretch. And that's why, we're talking work in progress for some of these roles on the diamond. A big part of that is also in the bullpen. It's establishing those roles. Will they end up making a move and getting a closer? Will they play themselves into a situation where they can be buyers? Do we see Bryce Eldridge in this lineup, and then that changes the fortunes for this team like we saw Buster Posey come up in 2010? And I'm not saying he's that guy. But it's a work in progress from the standpoint of there's so many undefined roles on the pitching staff, and that we don't even know what the end-all, be-all is going to be for the success of this lineup. Is it going to be Jung Hoo Lee in right field all year? I mean, it's getting tough to hear these Jung Hoo Lee chants, bro. You know what I mean? He's up there hitting $140.
Well, yeah, because when I usually go to the ballpark and everybody's shouting Jung Hoo Lee, I just go overrated. Because honestly, at this point, nothing against the guy, but what has he done? And to the point, Copes, yes, things are getting in the right direction right now. But to our conversation yesterday, we were talking about what makes you believe this is going to get turned around. It's because the odds are stacked against him. You have yes, Tony Vitello can learn some things on the fly, but he's still learning how to do this job. And everybody that they have in this lineup, you're basing it off of what they've done on previous teams, let alone, Jung Hoo Lee in a Giants uniform hasn't done a whole hell of a lot offensively. Yes, he's fine at right field, but I don't know, man. Yes, today was good and yesterday was good. I need to see it for a few weeks before I realize that this team is heading in the right direction.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. D-Pop is back at our KNBR studios in Daly City. I'm live from the auxiliary Spanish broadcast booth here.
Cope's got the aux cord.
I got the aux cord, dude. Yeah, just like our guy, the amputee, dude, the quad amputee, asking to move a body and hand me the aux cord.
But apparently it was self-defense, I heard, huh?
Come on, dude. How could he have used so? Like that's I mean, I get he was going to come with that sort of excuse or that sort of defense, but dude, if you had no arms and legs and you thought your life was in jeopardy, wouldn't there be some sort of marks on you? You know what I mean?
Well, the whole
how can I lose a fight to the dude with no arms and no legs?
Exactly. And he
it ain't cornhole here.
He loses this case with the fact that two people were in the back seat and they ran away from him. If it was self-defense, why would they run away from the amputee? It makes no sense. So I'm starting to dislike this guy every day, Copes.
Well, and you better hope he's got an ADA with a worse than 98% conviction rate, like the one that we came across.
Yeah,
all right, we will take
happy.
a quick. Yeah, I don't care, dude. Yeah, dude. Well, the of all the MILFs, Derek was talking to last Friday, or that we encountered last Friday. Well, I'll acknowledge again, Derek. They approached us. We didn't enter ourselves into anybody else's lives. You know what I mean? No. They approached us. No, but apparently one of them heard us talking about it yesterday. Very upset, dude.
Yeah.
And you know how we know? She texted the text line, dude.
About a paragraph, yeah.
Yeah, dude, a whole thing saying this is going to get back to me at work. I was like, I don't care. All right, dirty work rolls on. Seriously. Oh, no. Dude, I can't. I'll never forget that time, Derek, that we went out to the bar and we met those guys, and then afterwards, dude, we went home. Oh, my God, dude, we went home after. What could have gone wrong?
It was more sad for
dirty
me,
work.
man.
Yeah, dude. Just Derek in his palm, dude. Just hanging
I was
out.
left with just a grab bag.
Yeah, just grabbing back. That's all we have. Daniel, Chris, Rudy, we'll get to your calls. How do you get Susack? How do you get Susack into the lineup more consistently? And are you feeling any better about the Giants after the last couple of days? 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. And by the way, a dude in the ballpark today did say to me, "Were you the guy talking MILFs yesterday?" I was like, "Dude, it happened. I swear to God, it happened at the ballpark." Hide your MILFs. Here comes D-Pop, the MILF man. More to come on these sports leaders.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, for years, actually, we've been talking about questions around the ERC. Now that we're in tax season, what's relevant today? What do people need to know?
Some of your listeners have been waiting years to get their money, and they say, where is it? They're ever going to get it? And under current law, yes, you're entitled to, plus a lot of interest. Hopefully the government doesn't change their mind and do away with that part early, like they've done before in some parts. There's multiple ways for us to hurry them up. That's what we want to do for you. Or if you got a letter from the IRS that says, you don't qualify, no ERC for you, we want to appeal that. A lot of those letters are just wrong, and you do qualify. Don't be misled by them. Or if you're being audited. That's the big three. 1, you didn't get your money, just nothing. 2, you were told you were entitled to it. Or 3, you're being audited. If you have any of those situations, we have a free consultation, We explain everything to you. We want to get you your money. We do everything. You don't talk to the government. The only thing you do have to do is call us up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And now here is Devers. He is 0 for 2, left-handed hitter. And he swings, hits a high drive into deep center field. Crawford at the warning track, at the wall! Adios! Pelota! That's the one they've been waiting for.
Rafael Devers' 3-run bomb put the Giants up 3-0 today, his second home run of the season. By the way, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Giants beat the Philadelphia Phillies. By the way, the Phillies haven't won a series in San Francisco since 2013.
What?
Isn't that wild?
It is wild, actually.
That's kind of a weird note. It's not as weird as the Preds beating the Sharks 15 straight times.
No, that's just domination.
Still a nice stretch. Yeah, absolute dominance. Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. Daniel is in Sacramento following a Giants 5-0 victory over the Phillies and a series win as they get an off day tomorrow and hit the road. Daniel, you're on the Sports Leader.
Thanks, guys. Hey, yeah, I agree with the Scarecrow 100%, the previous caller.
Yeah.
Listen, I almost yelled hallelujah when you guys mentioned Lee being overrated. I mean, last season, he spent first half of the season trying to hit home runs every time he was at bat, and then finally woke up and realized he's not a home run hitter, and he just started hitting grounders and getting on base finally. And that helped us greatly. But I say us, as a royal us. I'm not a Giant. Devers, on the other hand, is overrated.
The royal we.
Yeah.
He was a top 10 home run hitter last season. And he was also damn near the first strikeout leader last year, too. I just wish he was a smarter batter. I mean, you never see him checking balls. You never see him bunting when guys are in scoring position. He just swings like he's trying to hit it in a space, swinging like Tiger Woods, just tweaking his back. I'm not a athlete. I just watch a lot of baseball, and I would love to see him be more smart than just get struck out almost every time I see him at bat.
Did you say you want to see him drop a bunt down at some point?
He's got Crayola teeth. Making millions of
I
dollars.
appreciate the call. I appreciate the call, man. We're not going that route. I'm not making fun of how people look.
No, I'm not coming on the teeth.
I'm also. It was a bad take to say you never see Devers drop a bunt down.
He doesn't have those wheels, man. No. I hear what he's saying, but also
that's just a bad. I hear you, but
yeah, but you not with the bunt stuff. I mean, he's a big play hitter. And you knew what you were getting when you acquired him, and that's his game. Back in Boston, he hits home runs. He hits bombs. That's Rafael Devers. I hear what he's saying. Yes, he's a pitchable player, but at the same time, you knew what you were acquiring, and he's not overrated. He's just, he is appropriately rated, in my opinion, as one of the best hitters in all of baseball. But, I think that Rafael Devers, yes, you make that move 10 times out of 10 to acquire him, so I don't see anything wrong with that one.
Well, look, he needs to be better than he has been. And today he hit for power. And by the way, it seemed to me like he was pretty damn excited that he hit that home run. It was almost like he knew it was gone, and it was really high soaring center field shot. And by the way, the other one he hit last week against the Mets, that was like an inside out the other way into left center field. But it looked to me like he had the emotion of getting the monkey off his back, right? Like it looked to me like he was stoked. He was celebrating on the base paths, celebrated pretty big when he got back to the dugout. Almost akin to when Harrison Bader hit that single the other night, and he praised the sky as he was jogging to first base. It was sort of the same thing. So I do think there's some pressing going on. I also don't think Devers is overrated. I think he needs to get back to performing the way that he did prior to coming to San Francisco. I mean, the guy's won 2 Silver Sluggers. The guy's a 3-time All-Star. He is, in his career, a 350 OBP guy. He's an 852 OPS type of guy. He's a guy capable of driving in 100 runs as long as there are dudes on base in front of him. And, yeah, he strikes out a lot. That's baseball. A lot of guys strike out a lot. He's not a guy who's going to draw tons of walks. I know you want to see him do that. They didn't acquire a guy who's going to do that, except last year he did draw 112 walks to his 192 strikeouts. That is by far the most he's ever had in a season. So his walk numbers did go up last year. He has struck out 14 times this year and just 4 walks to this point, but he's hitting for more. He hit for power today and he drove in runs today. They need to get on base ahead of him. They dropped him in the lineup down to 5th the other night.
Yeah.
I think as long as he's coming up with guys on base, we're going to see a bit more. He also hit into a double play to start this game, and that's what's going to happen. He struck out early, and then he hit into a double play later before hitting the home run and driving in 4 of the Giants' 5. So Jung-Hoo Lee, to me, more of a problem than Devers. I think Devers is going to come. I think it'll be fine. If he continues to be a 770 OPS guy, like he has been since getting here, then we can talk about underachieving and underperforming the trade.
No, definitely. And one thing's clear from last week, the unicorn mask did not catch on for the home runs with the Giants.
Yeah, why not?
Well, because it was kind of lame to begin with. I know
what
that
do you want to see?
Whatever they want to come up with, but like the unicorn mask, I think it was universally panned, and I know that Harrison Bader's the new guy and he's trying new things, but yeah, as soon as Rafael Devers took that mask on, within like a couple seconds, we knew that wasn't sticking around.
Let's go to the YouTube chat here real quick. Our guy Escobar Cheeks 3.
Oh. What a great
He
name.
says, why are people effing complaining after a series win? A team people thought would blow out the Giants? KNBR do better. Do better on what? I'm not bitching. I'm stoked about this.
You guys at
11-0 over the last
bitch
2
about
days.
the game.
And somebody else goes, facts, Escobar. Escobar cheeks 3 with a hot
Well,
one
with a
today.
name like that.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Chris is in Santa Clara. Chris, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Chris?
Hey, yeah, I'm driving back from the ballpark back down to Santa Clara. So, it's interesting to kind of be at the game today and just kind of check the vibe as all the various batters were coming up to the plate. And, when Bailey was coming up, I mean, you could just feel there was this, well, let's see what can happen. I mean, and it's nice that he got a hit. The question I have is, it's clear that in some kind of parallel world, if there were like a bunch of DFAs, which I know is not going to happen, but we know there's a lot of guys on the Giants that if suddenly they bizarrely got DFA'd, other teams are going to pick them up and they're going to send some guys down to get some Giants on their team instead. I'm really curious, if Bailey was DFA'd, I'm not going to say he's going to be, but if he was, how many of the other 29 teams would cut a player to pick him up?
Oh, quite a bit.
I think upwards of 20 teams.
You think, given the fact that he's proven he can't hit above 220 at the major league level over a few years?
It's his ability as a catcher, man.
He's the best defensive catcher in baseball, and every pitcher loves throwing to him. Every guy wants him back there. Like pitchers, that's the thing is we're only quantifying what he's doing by his offense. And I'm saying you guys are totally ignoring the fact that we had nobody behind. There was like Roberto Perez, and they tried to get Tom Murphy. How many catchers did we go through after Buster where every year they not only weren't hitting, but they weren't catching well. They weren't good defensive catchers, and you got nothing. So I'm with you. I know he's not good offensively, but how many other teams would want him? Even if they didn't start him, I think 20 plus other teams would take Bailey.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. If they were going to get him as a backup, maybe that's different. But, when you think in terms of the teams that are really out there competing for a postseason spot, at this point, there's only, 6 in each league. I just wonder, out of that group that's, realistically competing for postseason, how many would say, yeah, boy, this guy's a guy we absolutely are going to move somebody off the team to make sure he's here on one of our spots. But, just
well, you can always. Here's the thing too. We're saying DFA. There'd be no point in even doing that with Patrick Bailey. Like,
no. I'm not.
It just doesn't make sense. You mean
hypothetical?
The hypothetical of if they were to release him or DFA him or something. I mean, like, why wouldn't a team that was going to the postseason want the best defensive player at a position that is a premium position for pitchers, right? For them to be able to succeed more, he gives you elite defense. Who else would you want back there calling a game? I mean, Cal Raleigh's the other one. Like the Mariners maybe wouldn't, because Cal Raleigh's like an amazing defensive catcher and he's an offensive stalwart, right? Like that's maybe the anomaly. But show me the catcher outside of Cal Raleigh that's like destroying the game offensively and defensively now. You know what I mean? I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. We've got to take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa with you. Giants beat the Phillies in Game 3 of this 3-game series. They off day tomorrow, and then they hit the road. They're probably hitting the road right now for Baltimore. I'm going to try to find some more offensive catcher stats and just see what we can find in terms of how catchers are hitting around baseball, because I know Bailey is at the bottom, but every guy that we'd find that is maybe incrementally better offensively, I would probably offer you as not nearly as good of a defensive catcher. So
even the Big Dumper right now is not hitting offensively great right now to start the season.
Big Dumper's been off, but he's giving him Gold Glove defense.
Of course.
That's
you know what? I got one solution, Copes. I got one solution to this Patrick Bailey, Daniel Susack, conundrum. So yes, it's clear that Daniel Susack's better at the plate and Patrick Bailey's better as a catcher. They can find like a Bobby like a Bobby Valentine situation where Daniel Susack disguises himself as Patrick Bailey when he comes to the plate. Get like a lifelike mask and put it over his face and disguise himself as Patrick Bailey for every at bat. I think I have a pretty good solution there.
I don't really understand what. I know that you're working a bit, but I don't even get the bit. I don't really understand.
Is that Daniel Susack disguises himself as Patrick Bailey, then no one's the wiser.
But then Bailey's just sitting his ass on the bench?
No, Bailey. Yes, when he's batting, yeah. Yeah, this is terrible. Anyway, move on.
I was gonna get out. You didn't even have to bring that up, dude. I didn't. You had an out. I was getting out of the segment.
Yeah. Either way, I thought it was something funny to bring up. Anyway, okay.
Yeah. All right, dude. Work on that during the break, and we'll try to rehash it.
I'll definitely work on it.
Let's workshop that.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with the Giants get a series win when we come on back. Dude, maybe I'll disguise myself as you.
Yeah, exactly. A little face-off, yeah.
Little life-size mask, you know?
Yeah.
It's not working, huh?
No, it's not.
We'll be back. Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long, bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
My second favorite soundbite from Hall of Famer Jeff Kent.
The first is Survivor.
It's got to be, right? I mean, it's so out of
for you,
pocket.
I get
so,
it. For you, I get it.
I mean, like, for me as a Survivor, yeah, when the Venn diagram of Giants baseball, Jeff Kent, and Survivor all cross paths, like, that's pretty incredible for me anyway. But the fact that he had one of the funnier lines in leaving Survivor has always just made me laugh.
You know what pissed me off? Is I think I've made about $60 million playing baseball, and I want this freaking $1 million in this game. And it's not even $1 million. It's $600,000 by the time Obama takes it. I'm a Game 7 World Series loser. You know, I've played in the biggest games in the world and the worst games in the world, but this just sucks.
Isn't there a thanks Obama in the end?
No, it's no. He doesn't say thanks, Obama.
Oh, he
it's the
doesn't?
Obama line when he says it's not even $1 million. It's $600,000 after Obama takes it.
It's $600,000 by the time Obama takes it.
One of the all-time great walk-offs. Not a lot of presidents get shout-outs after people get voted out. That's why that was pretty funny too.
Oh yeah, the fact that Jeff Kent didn't, and then he's kind of like flexing at the fact that he's a Game 7 loser.
Yeah, I'm a World Series Game 7 loser.
How dare you disrespect me? Come on, I'm Jeff Kent, damn it.
Yeah, dude, I'm like, bro, you went to Game 7 of the series. You're not a loser. You just didn't win it. But that's pretty funny, dude. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, when you're following
Game 7 World Series loser.
That's such an epic way to put it down like that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. We just let people on the phones there, don't we, Tim?
Well, a lot of people dropped off after I had that idea where Daniel Susack disguises himself as Patrick Bailey. I don't think you really understand here. So he would disguise himself, Copes. He would wear a lifelike mask and pretend to be Patrick Bailey. This idea is foolproof.
It's getting better, dude. Keep
right.
working it. It's getting funny.
Right.
I like this, dude. Dude, keep working this crap.
The pity laughs, I like that.
The pity laughs are good, dude. Let's go to Rudy. Rudy, and it's spelled R-O-O-T.
Thank you, Shorto.
Rudy, in capital, Rudy, you're on the sports leader.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's going on, Rudy?
I agree with your idea about pumping the brakes on Susack. I mean, we've all seen this in the past where a new guy comes up, and it doesn't take long for these guys to make adjustments. They'll exploit the holes, and then he's going to have to make another adjustment as they, go back and forth with the adjustments that are made. And that's how people end up and stay at this level, being able to make those adjustments. So, we've taken 2 out of 4 series. It's a long season. It's nice to have a couple of guys behind the dish who can do that kind of work. I agree, Patrick Bailey, defensive guy. He's got all those skills. Maybe only give him some time to make some adjustments on his hitting stroke and maybe kind of get honed in a little bit. So I totally agree. We need to just pump the brakes a little bit.
Appreciate the call, Rudy. Thanks for waiting on hold for so long, too. I really do appreciate it, man. No, I'm with him. Like, he's making a point that I was trying to make about a young player coming up. I do agree with, there's something to playing the hot hand. That was the Bruce Bochy home run rule, right? When somebody comes up, they hit a home run if they're coming off the bench, and they hit a homer in their one chance to play that week. They get to play again the next day. Maybe they run into another one. Who knows? You get a little hot, and things start to play out for you. And you can do that with some positions. I don't think catcher is an ideal one to do that with because of how big game planning is for pitchers, consistency, rhythm, being on the same page. I think a lot of that has to do with pitchers being comfortable with catchers. And so to rotate those consistently, I mean, you got to go do your job either way. But it's not as convenient to get a guy who's a catcher and not going to be your everyday catcher in the lineup like that unless he plays another position. It's kind of why Jesus Rodriguez may be a weapon for them at some point. The guy they acquired in the Camilo Doval trade last year, he and Parks Harbor come over from the Yankees. There are some young players that have started the year nicely in the minors, and I'm excited about. I mean, he's done an okay job at the start of the year. Eldridge has been okay. Even Gilbert has been all right. So maybe we'll start to see some of those bats come up. But if you get another guy on the roster, if like Rodriguez is here and he has the ability to catch, that gives you the ability to be more flexible if you're carrying Daniel Susack and Rodriguez and Bailey at the same time.
No, I hear you. So, okay, back to my analogy. So, in Mission Impossible, they have these lifelike masks. So if they find a way to give that to Daniel Susack and he becomes Patrick Bailey, you know what I'm talking about, like when Tom Cruise put those masks on? It's the same thing.
Are you going, is it similar to that of Face Off, or are you going,
no, it's not Face Off where Daniel Susack would, I want Patrick Bailey's face. No, it would be like in Mission Impossible where they have that weirdo device where they're able to, for whatever reason, clone everybody's face, and you can wear like a lifelike mask, like Tom Cruise became Philip Seymour Hoffman in Mission Impossible 3. That's what I want with Daniel Susack and Patrick Bailey. See? You're getting it now, people. You're finally getting it.
Wait, dude, okay, hold on. Lots to unpack. As I've told you, I've never seen a Mission Impossible movie.
You never seen any of them?
We talked about this? No, we discussed this. I've never seen any of them.
They're not bad.
Because you were hyped on, what was the last one?
Oh, The Final Reckoning, of course.
Final Reckoning. Hold on. In Mission Impossible 3, Tom Cruise puts on a lifelike mask, and then what? He, like Philip Seymour Hoffman, is in the movie, but it's supposed to be Tom Cruise in costume?
No, so I guess Philip Seymour Hoffman, or I know Philip Seymour Hoffman is the villain, so he wears a mask to pretend to be him for a little while, and then, shenanigans ensue, as it usually happens in Mission Impossible, Copes.
Okay.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
That's fair.
What else do you drop in there? He's like, everyone in this room is now stupider for having.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
707, though, says Derek would know about masks since he wore a Saddam Hussein mask back in middle school. It wasn't a mask. It was just kind of like a cardboard cutout. I did wear a Randy Moss mask, though, in Halloween, which is not any better.
Derek didn't go blackface, he went black mask.
Yeah.
I forgot about the Saddam Hussein. By the way, Derek didn't wear a Saddam Hussein mask. He cut the face out of like a Newsweek magazine.
I got like a Newsweek magazine, cut it out, put it on my face, and my teacher, Miss Pizzatola, was not very happy with me.
He lost you some.
Hope she's doing great.
Bucks. Yeah, says Tim. Yeah, I'm sure she is. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go to Matt. Matt is driving home. What's up, Matt? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's going on?
We're good, Matt.
I'm just calling to defend Devers. You guys bag on him a little too much, I think.
We bag on Devers
too much? We're bagging on him too much? Yeah. No, I got you. What do you think? What do you think we're critical of?
Well, like you said, that the Devers needs to be better with the Giants. And what my reply to that is, just look at his second half last year. You said his career on base was 350. Last post All-Star break, he was 353, 861 OPS, 18 homers. Yes, he started slow when we got him, but he also went 0 for 17 with 14 strikeouts to start the year with Boston last year. He's a hot and cold player, but he's going to produce every year. He's going to hit. His OPS is going to be up. He's going to hit over 30 home runs. People need to be happy he's on the team. That's my perspective.
No, I'm absolutely with you. Like I appreciate the call. It's not that I'm down on Devers. I just want to see the 850, 870 OPS version of him consistently. Like what I would point out to you is, as a Giant, his OPS is 775. Right? Last year when he came over, his OPS, and you pointed this out, 807, but on the start to this year has been a little bit slow. So 850 career OPS, 859 in Boston, or 860 really, 775 so far with the Giants. I'm not really concerned about Devers. I really am not. But when he's not going and nobody else is going, that's when it's a problem. When the Giants would struggle previously and you had like Barry Bonds, it's like, all right, well, if everybody's going to struggle, Barry ain't going to struggle. But he was like slump proof. You know what I mean? It didn't work the same way. I'm looking for a guy who can carry the lineup when nobody else is getting it done. And that's something the Giants have lacked. And that's, I think, like I said, when they're winning right now, today might have been one of the more fun, clean wins of the year. You only got 4 of them, and this one looked good. But when they've lost, they've looked bad defensively, running the bases. Hell, even last night, Oliver gets picked off with a guy on base in front of him after reaching on an error. You know what I mean? They've continually made mistakes. So for me, it's about consistency, and can he be a guy that carries the lineup for 2 weeks if they hit a rut? You know what I mean?
Right. No, I mean, we said it before the season started, Copes, and you had it first, where this season is predicated, the success of it is predicated on Rafael Devers. He needs to be that guy day in and day out that gets you hits consistently. So, yes, there's going to be times where he strikes out. And the unfortunate thing, there's a lot of guys in this lineup that strike out way too much, but that's going to be with him. He's going to be, a big play hitter, and if it doesn't happen sometimes, it's going to look nasty. But, yes, you need him consistently to be that guy that we saw from Boston a year ago.
I should tell you, by the way, that this segment of Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you, the Giants. Got to win over the Philadelphia Phillies. Damn, dude, my voice is getting rough.
You need some tea. You need some Bigelow tea.
What did we say yesterday? Were we riffing on that?
Yeah, we were, but I forget what it was in relation to.
It was about the MILF. It was about grab a jug.
Grab a jug
until you probably forgot about that. Somebody pointed out on the text line of the YouTube chat, somebody that Tom Cruise pulled the same thing in Mission Impossible 1 with John Voight.
Yes, John Voight, and we all know how John Voight turned out. But yes, Mission Impossible. Yeah, that was the theme throughout the movies, is they would just wear these masks, and they were so lifelike. It was kind of ridiculous every time where it would be revealed that like Tom Cruise or one of the other agents was wearing the mask.
It's not like Face Off.
No, it's not like Face Off, where
It's
literally,
a mask.
yeah, where literally John
Here's a
Travolta
clue.
and Nicolas Cage
I
traded
found a
faces.
clue.
Exactly.
To the Declaration of Independence.
Apparently, it happens also. Someone's telling me on the text line here that apparently happens in Charlie's Angels 2 Full Throttle. Didn't see the movie, but apparently they do face swaps in that movie as well.
Charlie's Angels 2
Full Throttle.
That's one of my joke ones that I always use as a sequel when you're saying like a sequel to a movie.
Yeah, like you're saying like
Schindler's.
Go ahead.
Schindler's List 2 Full Throttle.
Thank
you. Know
you. Yeah. Out of all the movies out there, you had to pick that one.
I don't know, dude. I know what else you want to. You want to go with like Doubt 2.
Doubt 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the go-to thing is
Doubt
like Full
2.
Throttle.
Yeah.
Either for a sequel, you either say Full Throttle or you say whatever 2 Electric Boogaloo, which was like the classic sequel for whatever that movie was.
Or you could go like Schindler's List 2, The Search for Curly's Gold.
Search for Curly's Gold. City
Slickers,
Slickers, yeah.
City Slickers 2, yeah.
I could have had more
List 2.
gold. I could have had more gold.
Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones, yeah.
That's episode 2 of Star Wars. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. We'll take a quick break. We'll get some more of your calls when we come on back. You also want to get into this Trent Williams thing, huh? About how the Niners approach the draft. Looking for a Trent replacement.
Well,
Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, I mean, Matt Mayock came out with this yesterday, and I had an idea for a potential replacement, but it seems to me that a lot of people believe that they're just going to get a player that can play for this season, but I don't know. Maybe you need to plan for the future, and if you want to get Trent's replacement, it may not be a bad decision to get him in the first round.
Gary, Dan, and Matt, I see you waiting on the line, waiting to talk about Susack getting into the lineup. Everybody wants to see more Susack. How do you make it happen? How do you make it happen where it makes sense that you don't lose your catcher or your DH spot if something were to happen to Bailey in the middle of a game? 808 KNBR 415 808-5627. We'll get to more of your calls and your thoughts next, and then Andy Baggerly joins us in about 25 minutes at 5:15. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
The Giants shut out the Phillies today, 5-0. Back-to-back shutouts. I got 3-run homer from Rafi Devers, 5 2/3 scoreless innings from starter Tyler Mahle. Next up, off day tomorrow, then a 3-city, 9-game roadie that kicks off in Baltimore. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you following the Giants' victory over the Philadelphia Phillies, second series win of the year. They got 4 wins now, Derek.
Hey, not too bad. Not too shabby for those Giants.
Hey, and 2's a streak.
Yeah, you call it a streak. They're going streaking, baby.
Three's a streak. Let's see if they can make it 3 on Friday as they hit the road. First East Coast road trip of the year, going out to take on the Baltimore Orioles.
They also have good company, Copes. When it comes to 4 wins, we got the Boston Red Sox. We got the Detroit Tigers. We got the Seattle Mariners. It's, not bad. Oh, 5 wins, my bad. A little better than all those teams then. Never mind.
Are they at the 5 wins? Did I say 4? Are they at 5?
Yeah, 5 wins.
I guess they were 4 after yesterday. Sorry, I forgot they played yesterday. Somebody
5 and 8 on the season. 5 and 8.
My mistake. I said 4. They're at 5. Do you remember the caller we had yesterday? He was all good vibes, dude. Keith Love.
Oh, yeah, Keith Love, man. He didn't have the voice to back up the name, but I did like the name Keith Love. Yes, he was positive.
Somebody checked in on the text on earlier and said Giants are 2-0 since Keith Love called dirty work.
That is true. So if mark him down and see if he's free for the parade.
They might have actually said in the Keith Love era.
The Keith Love era.
We're living in the Keith Love era.
What was his what was his line yesterday? We're just like, hey, come on, man. Once these guys see each other, they got that fight in their eyes.
He said, they got to gel. They got to get more chemistry together. He's like, dude, these guys are coming, man. These guys are badass. He goes, we had some badass hitters on this team, is what he said, dude. He was like, they just got to gel, man, and keep the vibes going. And don't forget, he sang the national anthem en route to a Giants title back in 2010, he said.
That is true. Okay, do you think that they have badass hitters? Is that how you would categorize this lineup, Copes, with badass hitters?
Is badass one word or two? Because if you said badass hitters, then I might agree.
Oh, I think we lost Copes there for a second. Let's go back out to the phone lines here, talking about the Giants win today, 5-0 over the Philadelphia Phillies. Let's go to Gary in Marin County. Gary, you're on Dirty Work.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy it very much. You handle your guests very well, having been in your line myself. Anyway, what a lot of people forget about a catcher, frankly, I don't give a damn if he's hitting at all. If all the pitchers love to pitch to this guy, he really has that, and he's a tremendous defensive catcher, one of the best in the league, probably the best. This guy is the CEO of the whole infield. He is the brains. He's what makes it go. Somebody mentioned the other day, well, I was a college first baseman, and said, well, the first baseman is the most important position. Are they crazy? It's where you park guys, for God's sakes, that don't know where they're going to go. And but I'd love to know what the batting average of Johnny Bench, Roseboro, Yogi Berra, some of those guys. Boy, you guys could look it up. I'd like to know what they're. We're used to a great hitting catcher occasionally, that comes out of nowhere. But it's it's as I said. No, I won't say it anymore. I was at the 62, the seventh game, and both teams were loaded. My God, they were loaded on both sides. Probably one of the greatest Yankee and Giants teams maybe of all times. You had the Elite
Yeah, no,
brothers.
I hear you, Gary,
Howard.
and I appreciate the call, man. He was going on about the catcher, and I'm not sure what Gary actually was talking about. Let's move on here as we go to Dan in Palo Alto. Dan, you're on with Dirty Work, talking about Daniel Susack. What's going on?
Thank you. Good to talk to you guys. About an hour ago, you said something that totally piqued my interest, and I need to find out more what you meant. You portrayed a scenario in which Patrick Bailey is catching and Daniel Susack is the designated hitter.
Yes.
You said if Patrick Bailey gets injured, Susack has to go to become the catcher, and we lose the DH. Does that mean we only have 8 batters in the lineup?
No. Copes, take you have this thought. Go for it.
So what happens is the pitcher spot then has to hit.
Does that mean the pitcher has to hit?
Yes.
It means there's a pitcher spot. So you lose the DH, meaning the DH spot now turns into your catcher, right? So let's say Patrick Bailey's hitting 9th and Daniel Susack's hitting 8th. And Bailey's the catcher and Susack is the DH. So let's say Patrick Bailey then catches a foul tip off his hand and he's got to leave the game. You need a catcher. So what happens is you've got to put you've got to take your designated hitter and put him at catcher. If you move your designated hitter at any point to another position on the field, you lose the ability to have the designated hitter. So you use it until you don't, and then you lose it. So then they've got to put a 9th batter out there. The 9th batter now is not – you've got all 8 positions fielded except for pitcher, right? So now the pitcher spot would go into where Patrick Bailey hit if he was in the 9 hole or the 8 hole or wherever he was in the lineup. So whoever the active pitcher is now – is set up to hit. So if it happens early in the game, you've got a pitcher hitting for the duration. If it happens late in the game, then you got to manage your bench like an old National League game, which some of us would say, I welcome that. That'd be a lot of fun. It would be a really tough situation to be in, and it's also why you generally don't burn your backup catcher as a pinch hitter either.
Right. Well, since we went to the DH in the National League, have pitchers stopped practicing batting at all, or did they ever?
We got to run, Dan. I appreciate the call. No, they've stopped. I mean, there's no point. They never have to hit. There'd be no purpose in them hitting. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Matt is on the 101. What up, Matt? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, boys? How we doing?
Doing well, Matt.
What's up, dude?
What's up? So, first of all, Copes, you got to get your ass together, man. Mission Impossible is a lot of fun.
Oh, dude, I'm not opposed. I know, dude. I'm sorry, bro. It's an obvious oversight by me. It's something I need to do, but I'm like, I want to watch them all, and I think they're all on like HBO or something like that.
They're all available, but you would understand the Patrick Bailey mask reference if you saw the movie, Copes.
I think I get it. I think I get it. Yeah.
In all fairness, Depop's not selling it very well. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to be clear.
Thanks for the call.
I'm just kidding.
No, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
So listen, that was good. So here's my thing about the catcher situation. I'd like to hear from you guys on this, but my thought is, pitch framing, throwing down signs, right? Sort of being that quarterback, if you will, and sort of running the game from that position. I don't know how viable that is anymore, right? I mean, I know it's still a big part of the game, but give me somebody who can hit. I'll take a guy who can catch baseballs from pitchers and throw down to second base, right? And he's not going to have the pop time that Bailey's got, but if he's got a bat, if you're putting 2 more runs up on the board, how much does it matter that your pitcher likes throwing to this guy?
I hear you on that front. My counter to that is, are you so sure Daniel Susack is that guy 2 games in?
No, and I'm not saying it's Susack. I'm just saying in general, the idea that we hang on to Pat Bailey, right? For what? He can't hit. He's valuable, but is he as valuable as somebody who can hit and isn't as defensive? Maybe it's not Susack.
I hear you on that.
It could be somebody.
I hear you on that. I appreciate the call, man. I guess part of it to me comes back to the statement I was making the other day that if Patrick Bailey is the focal point of the frustration of the offense, or is a major point of frustration, then it means other guys around him aren't hitting. I mean, to the point of Patrick Bailey, we're not having this conversation right now about Lee or about Bader. How come that? How come that's not the case? You know what I mean? Those guys are hitting just as poorly, but because we've seen a little bit more in their, I don't know, hard contact or whatever it is, we like it more. Like Bader's on the interstate, Bailey's on the interstate. You've got Jung-Hoo Lee who can't hit the ball out of the infield seemingly right now. There's a bunch of guys, and because they're all bunched up together at the bottom of the lineup, it all just looks like an automatic out when you get to the 7, 8, 9 spots. And those are important positions to turn the lineup back over and get guys on base for Devers and Adames and Chapman and whatnot. So I get that it's because it's been Bailey now for a number of years, but Jung-Hoo Lee's out here hitting $140, and he comes up and everyone's like, Jung-Hoo Lee!
Yeah, I know.
Jung-Hoo Lee! Bailey comes up and they're like, get me Susack. I'm like, all right, well, who's helping you more right now?
But we've seen a clear, but Copes, to that point, though, we've seen a clear alternative to Patrick Bailey where you don't have that with Harrison Bader or Jung-Hoo Lee. And I hear you. Like, it's way too early to be saying these things about Daniel Susack, that he should be the everyday catcher. He should take the position from Patrick Bailey. It's just, yes, I get it. The last 2 games, you see Daniel Susack perform, and Patrick Bailey, yes, with the exception of a few clutch hits every now and then, Patrick Bailey hasn't done much at the plate. He's a great catcher. But, yes, he leaves a lot to be desired offensively. So, go ahead. Well,
I was going to say, let me offer you this. To everybody saying this is who he could be, he's a better offensive option, he did handle the bat really well in 4 years of the minors. He's got a career OPS in the minors of 785, and he was a career 280 hitter in the minor leagues with Susack. Now, 332 strikeouts to 99 walks. So we have not seen the strikeout rear its head yet for Daniel Susack, but This is something that has been a problem for him. Now, he's put the ball in play a lot. Again, a 341 OBP. These are all numbers that if he was doing this at the big league level for the Giants, he'd be the everyday catcher. Can he sustain that at this level? Will the strikeouts become a problem? Again, the sample size is not big enough yet. The same as everybody said who was saying, 11 games is too small of a sample size to be upset about what's going on with the Giants. I'd say it's too small of a sample size to say put him in there every day. But you're right in that it's more tied to what Bailey's not doing than I think it is even about what Susack is doing.
No, absolutely, and that's always the case when the guy that you see every day is not performing. It's easy to go to the replacement. This is a total backup quarterback situation where Daniel Susack's the hot guy that filled in for two games, and you're like, wow, this guy can take over and be the new quarterback of the team. What are we laughing about, hot guy?
Daniel Susack's the hot guy. He's the guy we got to go to, man. 808 KNBR is the number to call, and the number to text. Yeah, just made me laugh. Let's go to Jack. Jack is in Oakland. What up, kid? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, Coach.
What's up, Jack?
I'm good. Happy the Giants finally won the series after San Diego.
Me too, man.
But maybe this is Daniel Susack's, it's great starts to big leagues, but I think Patrick Bailey, if you pinch hit him for Susack, he could just be a good pinch hit guy, get him into the lineup in clutch situations, play defense in the ninth.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day too. I was talking with Marcus, the water boy, about that. We were saying, would you start using him as a pinch hitter late and then putting him in for Bailey? It's interesting because usually late in games you want to get more defense into the game, and that's what Bailey would be good for. Are you saying you'd put Susack in late and replace Bailey with him in the later parts of games to get more clutch at bats in there?
Yeah, high leverage situations, I'd probably do the opposite actually, because Patrick Bailey is a dog in those high leverage situations.
Yeah, he was last year, had a couple of big walk-off hits. Is that, do you view the offense for the catchers as a primary point of focus for the Giants right now, or is it, for me, it's about the other guys. It's about Bader. It's about Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, if Bailey's the focus of our frustration, I think there's a lot of other stuff going on that's problematic.
If Susack keeps up, being a contact hitter like he is right now, and you have, that bat in the middle of the lineup that can set up if Bader gets hot or Jung-Hoo gets hot.
Yeah, I hear you. Last one for you, Jack. Real quick, have you seen Mission Impossible?
Well, you got to see them, man.
Shaq knows what he's talking about.
I appreciate the call, dude. I appreciate the call that he said you got to see those, man.
You got to see those, man.
Said,
7 movies, man. You're missing out.
I love that, dude. Thanks for the call, Jack. Call anytime. He knows what he's talking about. I like him going, dude, Pat Bailey's a dog in those high-leverage situations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dude, the kid call. That was a good call, man. Let's go to Pete. Pete's in San Jose. Wants to talk some Penn. Pete talking Penn on the Sports Leader. What up, dude?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, I love what you said about Lee. I think people need to put their bias aside because I think when we signed him, we didn't have Adames, we didn't have Devers, so he's probably the biggest player from Korea. But the guy hasn't been good, and he gets all this hype around him. It's like if his name was Brandon Pajemski, we'd kick him out of town. You know?
Seriously, yeah, you're right.
Like literally, if you look at his stats, his name was John Wilson. It'd be a different conversation. I'm just
We'd
saying.
be like, option him. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want him to do good. I want him to succeed. But it is funny how it's like Pat Bailey wins Gold Gloves and he brings a lot of value. And I'm definitely like of the mindset like we have to have the conversation at some point because the dude is a terrible hitter. But at the same time, it is crazy. It's the knee-jerk world we live in, where you want a guy that I love watching Susack, but it's 2 games, dude, out of 162. Like, relax. It's more of a conversation about what Bailey's not doing than what Susack is doing.
Yeah,
exactly. Because Bailey's never been a good hitter at any point in his career. Maybe little stretches, but never over like a complete season. But yeah, on the bullpen situation, the bullpen is going to be a disaster if they don't do anything about it. It was already thin before we lost Randy Rodriguez and Buto. I was actually looking at our prospect list. So after Eldridge, 2 through 5 are all shortstops.
Yeah.
You've got to think they can't just stack prospects. I mean, it's good to have a good farm system. It's cool that we have 4 top 100 guys. But you can't stash 4 shortstops when you have another shortstop that's going to be here for another 5 or 6 years as well. So you'd have to think they're going to do something at the deadline or sooner. Having that, I don't think you can sit on these prospects. You need to use them as trade chips.
We got to run, man. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I'm not there yet because it's what is it, April 8th or something like that?
April 8th.
It's like too early to be thinking trade in my mind in that situation. And who knows what's available. Also, do you want to trade a prospect for some rental reliever? Where are the Giants come deadline time? You don't trade just to make a trade.
Right.
And we're kind of in the mode now where if you were going to trade somebody of top 100 prospect magnitude, you're getting yourself a player like Rafael Devers, right? You're trading big-time talent that's potential big-time talent to go get somebody who's controllable and who you've got for the foreseeable future, not giving away a top 100 prospect to go get a closer who's going to be here for a couple of years. So I think their preference is that Randy Rodriguez comes back healthy next year, and maybe they get something that could be a rental for them or a stopgap for them this year. They've also got to figure out what else is down there in the minors and could be a factor out of the bullpen this season. So is that a possibility? Sure. I think you'd be more likely to see them trade one of those pieces for like a long-term starting pitcher. You know what I mean? A dude who they think they could control and lock up beyond this year where you don't have Robbie Ray coming back potentially next season. Hauser and Molly aren't long-term options. We'll see what happens with Roop, but I think you're looking for something more controllable if you're going to move a prospect of that caliber. And really right now it's about inventory in-house. So I don't think this bullpen is going to stay as currently constructed, but if you were gonna ask me who leads the Giants in saves this year, I think he's a guy who's probably already on the roster. That would be, and maybe even already in the bullpen. That would be my thought. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. By the way, just the underachieving nature of Jung-Hoo Lee. Do you know what his career batting average was in Korea?
What was it?
Dude, 340.
Oh.
And an 850 career OPS, dude. That's not what he's doing here.
No, not at all.
In fact, that's the opposite of what he's doing here. He never struck out he never had a year where he struck out more than he walked in Korea. Now that's tough, man. Tough to get him to hit it out of the infield. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Are we? Is it next? We're catching up with Andy Baggerly.
No, 5:30. Andy Baggerly.
5:30. Excuse me. Andy Baggerly will join us at 5:30 when we come on back. A little bit more from you guys on your calls and a sound soiree featuring Draymond. Ken Rosenthal saying the Giants are under some pressure, and so is Tony Vitello. Also, John Harbaugh checked in. We'll talk about this next in the sound soiree only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa will be joined by Andy Baggerly in about 10 minutes. Talk about the Giants' last two wins, win the series over the Philadelphia Phillies. But I believe we're going to get to a little sound soiree here. So let's hear the best sounds you might not have heard.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree. Party.
On the sports leader.
Hooray for Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. And where are we starting with this, Derek, huh?
With the soiree? I guess
where's it starting today?
I guess we could start with Tyler Malley. He just met up with the media post-game, and I guess he's calling out guys like you and me, Copes, that said that people overreacted to the 3-7 start with the Giants. Let's hear from Tyler Malley.
We had the ability to win some of those games, and we just missed it by just a touch. So if the ball rolls our way in a couple of those games, we're looking at it. We're sitting in a different spot, like everyone's kind of on us because we started out 3-7 or whatever, but it could have easily been a different story. So. No, I think we're feeling good and ready to go have a good road trip.
Everybody's pooping on the Giants, Copes. Pooping. That's what Tyler Malley said.
He said everybody's S-ing on us. Well, not everybody, dude. Just the Yanks and the Mets. You know what I mean? I'm like, what do you mean? I like when he's like, yeah, people are overreacting to the 3-7 start. The ball. By the way, those losses were not like the ball bounced the other way, dog.
No.
They were getting rolled.
No, those were
they were a
dominant
minus
wins.
26. They were a minus 26 in run differential through those 10, and it was like the worst ever for the Giants since moving to San Francisco, going back to, 1950 or something we were talking about in terms of their run differential and their poor start. So, no, I disagree, respectfully, Molly. And by the way, bro, nice game today. Way to sling it. Good work. That's all I got.
No, I mean, I'm with you. Like the way we started the show and saying, like, yes, if they're 3-8 and they're losing games by one run, then yeah, okay, it's a rough start, but it is what it is. The ball bounces that way. You're getting dominated by the Yankees. You're getting dominated by the Mets. And those are good teams, but it's just the way that they looked, where the offense was lifeless, the bullpen was not performing against the Mets. And now it looks good the last two games, but keep it up. And then people will stop S-ing on you.
Moving on here in the sound soiree. Yeah, keep it up. And he looked really good, I thought, today.
No, he did.
Actually, his last start, he looked pretty good as well. Moving on here in the sound soiree. Let's go to Draymond. Draymond was asked about by Anthony Slater of ESPN about his excitement level for the play-in game. How hyped are you for the play-in, Draymond? Here you go.
I know in the past you haven't loved just, how stuck in the play-in at times y'all have been in the last 5 years. But this year, you're now locked into 10. But because of the play-in, you have a chance still to get into the playoffs. I mean, how do you kind of view next week? And the
it's not exciting. It's not. But I'm a competitor, so going to the game, I'm gonna do all I can to win. But it's not that exciting.
I mean, do you think you'll be excited next week when you have two do-or-die road games that they'll be on big stages?
Well, listen, you go on the road in a game that you need to win. I think as a competitor, you're gonna rise to the challenge. But I'm not going to sleep tomorrow night like, man, we got this play in next week. Got to get my rest. Like, no, it ain't that exciting.
No,
who's less? Go ahead.
No, I'm with Draymond. Where yes, it's a playing game and it's basically a playoff game. But no, the Warriors, dude, they've been there, done that. They've won 4 championships. They don't want to be in the play-in. And yes, they have to be, so they're going to be competitive. And Draymond's going to be there, and Steph's going to be there, and Steve, and everybody's going to take it seriously. But no, the mentality is like, yes, last year we were in a play-in game. 2 years ago they were in a play-in game. Tired of this. They need to, next year needs to be about finishing as a top 6 seed. I definitely understand what Draymond's talking about because as a fan, I'm not excited about a play-in game.
It's not exciting.
No, that's what I'm saying is who's less excited, Draymond or me?
Yeah.
Probably me.
It's not exciting.
It's not. Because, honestly, they're going to finish, either they finish at 500 or they're below 500. And you shouldn't be rewarded with that. I understand that Steph was gone a good deal of time and everything going on with the injury. Moses Moody came back last night, and that was a good ovation for him. Jimmy Butler gone for most of the season. But let's not act like this season was a success for the Golden State Warriors. I understand it was hell with all the injuries, but a play-in just doesn't seem right to me. So, yes, they're going to do it, and they'll probably lose because all these teams that are in the play-in are younger and possibly better than them because the Warriors barely beat a poor Kings team last night.
Well, as I said to Ted Ramey the other day, the Warriors are kind of like the Warriors in the play-in are kind of like the A's in the wild card game. They just don't have a whole lot of success when it comes to the play-in anyway.
That's not a fair comparison, though. Come on.
Yeah, you're right, because the Warriors have won one and the A's didn't
exactly.
win any.
Come on.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the A's actually never won a wild card game.
No, they never did.
0-3. Where'd they go? They went they went Royals, Yankees, and Rays.
It was Royals, yeah. It was the worst one was 2019 with Sean Manaea on the mound against the Rays. And yes, they've won playoff series.
That was the worst one? I
think so, in my opinion, yeah.
I feel like the one against the Royals was worse because that was the year they traded Cespedes and John Lester started that game and they didn't win it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they made the trade.
Yeah, okay, but in the end the Royals went to the World Series that year, and yes, the A's just imploded that year, but they were away. You can justify that loss because they went on to the World Series. The Yankees, they were never at the same level as them. The Rays, they should have won that game, and they just totally pooped the bed that night. So to me, the worst loss was in 2019.
Kind of incredible that the Royals won back-to-back pennants, right?
Yeah.
They went to the World Series in 14 and in 15.
It beat the Mets in 2015, right?
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. It was Mets-Royals, yeah.
They went to the World Series. Yeah, that was pretty incredible that they went back-to-back years. I was same sort of thing. Two teams the Giants beat in their 3 World Series runs won back-to-back pennants. The Rangers went the year after the Giants beat them again. They went 10 and 11 and lost them both. Yeah. Brutal. 11 to the Cardinals. Moving on to the Sound Soiree, here's Ken Rosenthal. Ken Rosenthal says, the Giants are under some pressure, and so is Tony Vitello. Don't tell Tyler Molly that. Here's Ken Rosenthal on the Giants.
And I wrote Friday that for the Giants, there's some pressure there. There's some urgency. They just fired their manager who had a .500 record, a 3-time manager of the year, Bob Melvin. We all understood it. They seemed kind of lethargic. He did at the end. But they hired Tony Vitello with the expectation that they're going to be better. And ultimately, they might be better. But offensively, too, here we go with the Giants. Lowest scoring team in the majors. 26 runs in 10 games so far. That's an average of 2.6 runs per game. I'm terrible at math, but that much I can figure out. So the Giants, I'm not quite sure where they are just yet. And again, new manager, they're trying to find themselves. It's way early. And their rotation should be okay. But we saw bullpen problems yesterday on Sunday. And we've seen an offense that, with some big names, Devers, Chapman, Arise, hasn't done much at all. And Chapman, 4 errors this week. It's kind of interesting that happened after he aired out Casey Schmidt on the mound the other day, telling me to catch the bleeping ball. But Chapman did not have a great defensive week. The Giants have not played especially solid defense all around. So here's a team we'll be watching all year. And I know fans are saying, wow, Tony Vitello news conferences, they're really cool. He says a lot of cool stuff. He does. But if you don't win, all that is not so cool anymore.
I mean, all that's fair. I get what he's saying. There's pressure. There's pressure because Tony Vitello is going to be dissected with every press conference and every decision because he's new at this. And this team, yes, a year ago there were expectations of Rafael Devers, and that doesn't change with just Tony Vitello being there. Now, since that time, obviously, that clip's dated because they've performed better of late. But, yes, there is a lot of pressure with the Giants. I don't know really who's going to feel it. Like, obviously, the leaders on the team, Logan Webb, Rafael Devers, need to perform. But it's not like Buster Posey or Tony Vitello are going to be on the chopping block if they don't make the postseason here. So I understand what he's saying, but, pressure, yeah, but they're feeling it from themselves, too.
Yeah, I didn't feel like he really added anything there. He just kind of told me what I watched the Giants do this week, and I was like, okay. This is an inside. You didn't give me anything insider-based. And by the way, what's this whole thing like? He doesn't have any grasp of the fan base where he's like, and I know the fans are saying, yeah, we love these pressers with Tony. They're so interesting. He says a lot of cool stuff. Cool stuff. What are you talking about?
He's doing Kanye references. He's doing Tiger Woods references. He's cool, man.
Yeah, he's saying cool stuff. Yeah, I don't think Rosenthal added anything there. We'll take a quick break.
had a
Adam
cool bow
Copeland,
tie,
Pop
though.
with you. Yeah, he always does. Giants got a victory against the Philadelphia Phillies, second series win of the season. They hit the road after an off day. Tomorrow they will be in Baltimore on Friday. Let's catch up with our guy Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for the Athletic. Bags joins us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Saying, wow, Tony Vitello news conferences, they're really cool. He says a lot of cool stuff.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. The Giants with a series win, their second series win of 2026, and their first series win at home. Here to talk about it, he covers the Giants for The Athletic. We do it with him every week. It's Andrew Baggerly. Andy Baggerly is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Bags, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing well. Just in the press box, trying to finish up my story, but I'm happy to take some time with you. How's everything with you?
Going well. I guess I'm sitting like right. I guess I'm right below you. Is that where I am? Or am I right? I guess I'm right above you. I can't remember exactly where you are, Bags, but I'm here, dude. I'm in the auxiliary.
Yeah, I never know where you are now because the bunker's gone. So the bunker's been repurposed.
Yeah.
But if you need popcorn, that's the place to be. You know what I mean? They've got that for you.
That's right.
Down on that level, yeah. So we're in the broadcast.
Something always smelling good. Something always smells. I don't know
Yeah.
if they've got like a donut card or they got soft serve in there. I mean, where was all that before? You needed all that in there before when you guys were still recording it.
I could have used it before when we were sitting here after a ball game.
Would have been nice.
Nice win for the Giants today and a nice win for them last night. I guess the first thing I want to ask about, because a lot of the listeners, and I'm sure you've seen people on social media all clamoring for more Daniel Susack, and he's had a pretty incredible start offensively to his young career. Is there any plan, you think, for the Giants to go that route, to work him in to get more consistent at-bats? I mean, DHing isn't really an option when you've only got one backup catcher. Are you getting the impression that they're looking to get him more at-bats in other places?
I think so. I think at minimum, it's become a pretty automatic decision that he's going to start against lefties, or he should start against most lefties. And maybe they'll look at giving him more starts day game after a night game. Patrick Bailey did catch a lot of innings last year, and it's not to minimize the importance that he has and just what he does defensively, but especially when the team is struggling to score runs, and he's showing someone who can really put the bat on the ball, and hit some crisp line drives. Then you want more of that in there. But it's only 2 games. You don't really overreact to anything. But he did also have a nice spring training. I thought it was pretty telling that. Potentially telling that all 3 of his hits came with 2 strikes. And, this is a guy who was available to the Giants and was unprotected, from the Rule 5 draft by the A's, principally because he struck out too much, in the upper minors. And so that was kind of a nice sign that he can take 2 strike counts and think opposite way against good pitchers. He's got a good bat angle to his swing. I like the fact that he can hit a ball that's down below the zone and still elevate it. That's a handy skill to have. So, it's hard to use him as a bat other than very, very late in the game, obviously, because he's the only other catcher on the roster. But, maybe we get to a position where Jesus Rodriguez hits his way to the big leagues and he's a guy who can come in and catch, and then you've got a little more utility there. So, we all know that the roster is generally not very static. It's going to change over the course of a season, but I think he is earning his way into a little bit more of a prominent role. But again, it's 2 games. It's really early.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Good performances from the bullpen the last 2 days, and we know that coming into the season they were a huge question mark. Not good performances against the Mets, but last night Ryan Walker and Keaton Wynn, and of course today Matt Gage, Caleb Killian, Blake Tidwell, and Eric Miller closing out. What do you made of the bullpen the last 2 days, and how long do you think it's going to be until Tony Vitello starts to kind of air out the defined roles for the bullpen?
Yeah, so I'm kind of writing this in my story, and this predates me, but there was like this old board game, Milton Bradley board game called Mystery Date. Mystery Date.
Yeah,
Like, ready?
I remember that game.
Mystery Date. Open the door to your mystery date. So I kind of feel like that's the Giants bullpen right now. I mean, you open the door, and who's your mystery date? It could be Caleb Killian against left-handers. Whoa, that's different,
Yeah,
but it worked out, So, and if it hadn't worked out, then Tony Vitello would have been asked a lot of questions about it. But got some breakdown swings from Schwarber, from Harper. It worked out. It was definitely an against the book play, and clearly I think they've had Eric Miller kind of in a closer role the last 2 nights, or that's where they had planned to use him. So maybe they're hoping that he'll settle in there. Maybe they can go with Walker and Miller in some sort of tandem, depending on what the matchups look like in the ninth. Tony Vitello's way of going about this is I want everybody to be ready to pitch all the time, to always want the ball in every situation. And, I mean, that's great, but it's also, how major league relievers are kind of creatures of habit, and they want to kind of have a good idea of when they're pitching. And I think there's a middle ground that can be met there. But, even when you had like some of the Gabe Kapler teams where you knew that they were going to be super actively managed, you still had people who kind of knew when they were going to be pitching. Dom Leone knew when he was going to be pitching. John Brebbia knew when he was going to be pitching, generally speaking. And we're a long way from there right now. So, they've already lost 2 games in the late innings, one in the 7th, one in the 8th. And we knew that would be some of what we were going to expect in April and maybe a little bit beyond that, as they figured out with all this arm talent that they feel good about, how is it going to be best sort of deployed and ordered? And, we're a long way from getting some final answers to that. I think it's always critical to remember that Caleb, Killian, Keaton, Wynn, these guys are being used as relievers for the first time. So they're learning about themselves in terms of maintaining their stuff and what they need to do to be ready, how they're going to bounce back, pitch 3 days out of 4, what have you. So, yeah, it's all a big learning process right now. And yet 20 scoreless innings to end this series against, obviously the Phillies have some thunder in the middle of that lineup. So they got to feel good about that.
Well, and after the way they lost on Monday up 4-0 and then not closing the door, it's a good point to make there. The 20 scoreless innings for the Giants here to wrap up this series and a series victory. Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. I was interested in how they used, or I was intrigued by how they used Tidwell today. I remember when he debuted and he came in, he had a major league save with the first big league save with the 3 innings to close the door in that first home win last week against the Mets in that opening game against New York. He had said after the game, did Vitello, that like the thoughts of who would be the closer, maybe it was the next day. He said, yeah, there's going to be a mix of Miller and Walker and Keaton Wynn. He said we're all kind of guys who would be in high leverage spots. And he mentioned using Tidwell in some of those spots as well. But because he had previously been a starter and they used him for 3 innings, I thought maybe they'd keep him stretched out. Any rhyme or reason to the spot they put him in today for just 1 inning?
Didn't ask him specifically about Tidwell. We want to try to keep Tony as short as we can to get the critical stuff out of the way, so we can get to the clubhouse before. I know before Rafi Devers takes off, before everybody else we want to try to talk to. So didn't get in the weeds on every pitching move he made. Sure. Didn't want to ask him specifically about Killian, but I think with Tidwell, they're seeing the same stuff that we're seeing. A guy with a wipeout slider. Who really does have the weapons, who can, miss bats when you want to bring him in with runners on base and you need a strikeout. He's got that kind of stuff to do it. And again, another guy who hasn't really been used in that role. He's got to figure himself out in that role. I think the reason he didn't make the team out of camp is because, back into spring training, he just wasn't throwing enough strikes. And, but yeah, I think all the potential is there for him to be a late inning weapon. You don't just snap your fingers and boom, he's it right away. And there's a danger in relying on that. So I don't think you necessarily feel too confident about, well, we found our setup guy for the season, but it's like I said, they feel really good about the arm talent overall. And now it's just a matter of, honing in on who's ready to help them and what roles guys are best served in.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line, I think with the Patrick Bailey, Daniel Susack debate that fans have, it's more so what Patrick Bailey is doing at the plate as a hitter. And then yet fans, don't really focus on what Jung Hoo Lee's doing right now. And I would say it's similar struggles, batting 143 on the season right now. And honestly has not lived up to expectations since signing that contract. I know he got hurt that first season. But what have you made of Jung Hoo Lee's struggles so far, being a San Francisco Giant?
Well, really, I mean, one thing that I really focused in on before Devers hit the homer, I was probably going to write about this regardless, just had to kind of repurpose it. But you take their 4 sort of left-handed hitting stalwarts in their lineup. You got Bailey, a switch hitter, obviously, but we're talking about when they face a right-handed starter. You got Bailey, you've got Lee, you've got Devers, and you've got Luis Arraez. They had a 192 slugging percentage against lefties or against righties entering this game today. They had hit more ground ball double plays than had extra base hits, and Jung Hoo Lee had the 2 doubles that were the only extra base hits. So Devers' homer was the first homer left on right this season by the team in game number 13, and it was obviously his first homer against a right-handed pitcher. And it's no wonder they were 2-7 against right-handed starters, and that was starting to look like it'd be a thing, if some of these lefty bats weren't producing more. So you're right. Bailey and Lee, they're two of those four guys, and they haven't gotten a lot out of them offensively. So what am I seeing? I'm not sure that there's anything I'm seeing particular out of Jung-Hoo Lee. I think they're trying to figure out where he fits in the lineup best, but that shouldn't really impact, what he does in his at-bats too much. But you're right. We haven't seen a whole lot of production from him early, where he got off to such a great start last year, right? So, and you can look at Elliot Ramos too. He sat today, and he's got, I think, 20 strikeouts, which leads the National League in 47 at bats. And that's not, the hitter we've seen the last couple of years. So, these guys, it's streaks are part of baseball, good ones and bad ones. And I think a lot of guys just got off to kind of not very good streaks to start the season.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. He joins us on the Uma guest line. Just a couple more minutes here with Bags. Got to let him get out here and finish that article. So you mentioned just Tony Vitello there and how long these pressers go. Did he speak for about 18, 20 minutes or so today? It's not what we're used to from a manager after a game.
Well, I think he's going to kind of learn as he goes. Every question doesn't require spinning yarns about stuff or being illustrative with your examples. I mean, there are some that are questions that are just kind of cut and dried, And I think he'll learn that with time, and or even learn which questions might kind of maybe you don't give a dismissive answer to, but maybe the premise of not every question deserves a really detailed answer. Believe it or not, people in the media sometimes ask bad questions, me included. So I'm sure he'll learn that. But, just the mechanics of how it works for us, not that anyone cares. But, post-game, we get the manager in the interview room, and then we go to talk to the players in the clubhouse. And, the risk you run if you spend too much time with the manager is that, some of the players that you want to talk to may not even be there. So, it's definitely, I think, something we'll have to get a little bit better at as a group is being a little snappier.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. He joins us every Wednesday here talking Giants baseball. Bags, great to catch up with you, man. Good luck finishing up today, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Bags.
Yeah, awesome. Talk to you guys next week. Thanks. Take care.
Good deal there, Andrew Baggerly. We talk to him every Wednesday right here on Dirty Work covering Giants baseball for The Athletic. And the Giants off tomorrow, then hit the road for Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Washington. Now, Derek, we got a nice setup on Friday. We got about an hour-long show.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, Coach.
No, there's no jinxing. I've already looked at the weather. Baltimore's fine. It's like 75 and sunny.
Oh, you scared me.
All weekend in Baltimore. No. What is not looking fine, brother, is Cincinnati next week.
That's next week. There's plenty of time for that weather update to improve.
Nah, dude. It's like a week straight of 66% chance of rain. It's like the worst situation. Scattered showers all day and evening long.
I'm not going to believe it until Darren Chan tells us and gives us an email the night before saying you guys might prepare for a little rain dance theater.
I'm John Miller. Yeah, I'm John Miller, and here's your rain delay theater.
Yeah,
from Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So wait, Tony Vitello's doing 18-minute press conferences?
Jack Loader texted me after the game and said, Tony just spoke for 20.
Well, if you ask him enough questions, the guy will talk. So maybe it should be where it's only maybe 5 per post-game press conference.
I mean, it should be as long as it takes, but I think that's the point that Bags was making there is there's going to be some conversations you have where you're like, you didn't have to give us all that. You don't have to answer all those in the same way. They're not all warranting a huge answer.
Yeah, but he's that type of guy, so I don't think he's going to change. I think maybe the media members need to change, and maybe Jack Loader doesn't need to ask a post-game question.
Just start the timer so we know how long
Let's go.
He's going
Bags,
for.
Susan, Pavs, that's enough.
By the way, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union for community for 75
and
years.
John
Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. Giants get a win over the Phillies. I'm not in studio at all this week. Tomorrow we're Harmonic, right?
Last one.
Drive City. How about
Well,
that?
we'll see. We'll see if the Warriors find a way to get a home playoff game if they win some of these playing games. But yeah, last home
Hold on,
game.
wait. What the hell did you say to me? What? If the Warriors get a home playoff game?
Yeah, I know. I'm not even believing what I'm saying, but yes, in all likelihood, tomorrow will be the last home game for the Warriors this season.
So when we sign off tomorrow, we'll say, we'll see you guys back here at Harmonic for Game 3 between the Warriors and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, no chance.
I don't think that's happening, bro.
I don't think so
we're
either.
getting that.
I don't think so either. Like I said, I think that Steph gives them a chance and they're watchable again. But I think they're going to lose to any of these play-in teams. Honestly, maybe the Clippers because they're old too, and it would be like Steph versus Kawhi at that point. But I'm not holding my breath for a big turnaround with the Warriors here.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed on a Wednesday evening. The Giants got to win. Dirty Work live from the auxiliary Spanish broadcast booth here at Oracle Park. It's literally what it is. More to come. We'll put it to bed next on the Sports Leader.
Well, it's a huge one tonight in San Jose as the Sharks square off against the Edmonton Oilers in the penultimate home game of the season. San Jose sits 3 points out of the final wildcard spot with 6 games remaining, so tell them, Ron.
Kind of a big deal.
Puck drop 7 p.m. at SAP. Keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here talking about one of my favorite things. We're talking about living Moss. We're talking about Taco Bell. I lived Moss. I lived Moss today. You know why? Because I went down to the tank on Monday, and I got myself 3 free crunchy tacos at Taco Bell once the Sharks put 3 in the net against Chicago. They're back in action tonight, by the way. I love me some Taco Bell, especially when I'm collecting free menu items. And you can, too, simply by joining the Taco Bell Rewards app. You download the Taco Bell app, you can unlock exclusive rewards and access. You'll earn points on every dollar you spend in the app, on a kiosk, or in a drive-thru. And when you join Taco Bell Rewards, we're talking free food here, you get to choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Well, getting rewarded by Taco Bell for watching them put some puck into some net. But bottom line is you can get some free food simply by downloading the Taco Bell app. And is there a better place to redeem those points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? It's just off 3rd and Townsend. It's like a block from where I'm sitting right now at the stadium. It's the perfect spot for a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the yard. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a beer and keep the good times rolling. Or stop by the brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And as always, don't forget to live Moss.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work, putting the show to bed on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb back at our KNBR studios in Daly City. Derek, we got a little bro date tonight, huh?
You and me? Yeah, we're going to go see our guy Frank Caliendo perform at Cobb's.
Is he going to make it back in time from Tom's backyard?
Did he go on with him?
Tim, is that right? Is Caliendo on Tom's backyard?
Yeah, was he? Oh, nice. That's a good get to go to the backyard. That's sweet.
Yeah, dude. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny, dude. So, yeah, we're going to go see Caliendo tonight. He's at Cobb's. He was in Punchline and Sack last night. We'll get out there. What time's the show? 7:30?
7:30, yep.
You gotta make it in time?
Yeah, I got plenty of time. Got an hour and 30 minutes.
You driving or you taking Bart?
I'm probably going to lift over to Cobb's, and I'll meet you over there.
Oh, lift. All right, money bags.
Either way, I'm going to have to lift if I have to take Bart or whatever, yeah.
They call him Moneybags Milfman Papa, dude.
That's what they call me.
That's what they call Derek. By the way, somebody checked in on Tony Vitello's post-game presser being nearly 20 minutes, according to Jack Loader.
Yeah.
Our guy 8-Man on the YouTube chat says, Tony V's got nothing on Greg Papa's post-game time, dude.
Seriously.
That's exactly it.
If anybody knows, it's you and Tim.
Yeah, that's right, because we don't get to start our post-game until Greg says it's okay. By the way, somebody checking in here. Oh, it's our guy Pat H. P1 Pat H on the YouTube chat says, Cope sounds like Frank's impression of Alex Jones. I don't know
Frank Caliendo does an Alex Jones?
Okay, yeah, I was at it, dude. He's doing Frank and Alex Jones.
It's a conspiracy.
That's a conspiracy. All right, we got to get out of here.
Is that Reagan?
We got to get you
or Nixon?
We got to get you over to Cobb's. What?
Your impression there sounded like Nixon. This delay, fantastic. Go ahead, Copes.
Yeah. No, the sound like Nixon. No, I was more doing. I guess my Nixon is a lot like my Harrison Ford as Branch Rickey.
Yes.
In 42.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I want a guy with enough heart not to fight back, and also we're going to Vietnam.
Tear down this wall, Jackie.
Yeah. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that color barrier to baseball. We're doing different presidents now. All right, let's get out of here. We got a note to self for us, Tim.
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, Rudy is not spelled Rooty.
Come on, Jordo.
Dude, it's not like booty with, yeah.
She literally said, why would I need to know how to spell Rudy? It was like, because you're a grown woman. You're a grown, come on, you're an adult.
Rooty.
You don't know how to spell Rudy? She's like, oh, where would I use that name before? I don't know. The movie Rudy or like a person named Rudy? Come on.
Dude, she spelled it like booty with an R.
Yeah, like you're rooting for somebody. Rooty.
That's so funny. All right, Derek, you got a note to self?
Note to self. You ever live out in real life the Simpsons meme where Homer just kind of backtracks into the grass? It's like, I shouldn't have said that. That was me with the whole mass thing with Daniel Susack and Patrick Bailey. That kind of fell flat. Gonna step out away from that one.
Oh, all right, note to self.
Note to self.
See all the Mission Impossible movies. Don't forget, we had that kid call. We had that caller. That
Jack.
kid was like, I don't know, what, 11, Jack?
Yeah, Jack.
11, 12 years old. I was like, have you seen Mission Impossible? He's like, yeah, you got to see those, man. It's like, you got to get on those, bro. So,
dude, they're good.
I'm down. I'll see him.
All
That's
right.
going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. I need some tea or something, bro.
Some Bigelow tea.
Or I'm going to get a beer with you while we watch
That
some
will probably make it
Caliendo.
worse, but I'm down.
We'll be back with you tomorrow from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, 2 to 6. And I think we got a new bit we're going to unveil tomorrow, by the way.
Are we? Okay.
I got a new segment for you, dude.
Alrighty. At Harmonic, nice.
featuring you. All right, so we'll see you guys tomorrow in Harmonic from 2 to 6. Thanks to our guest today, Andy Baggerly. Thanks to Tim back in the studio. Thanks to Jordo back at the studio. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly, starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Larry Krueger back with you on a beautiful Wednesday. What a beautiful Wednesday this was down in Santa Clara. I'm in a great mood. Today was the Niners local pro day. We got a fantastic hour ahead. We're going to talk some Niner ball. Man, caught up with a couple guys today. Equal opportunity. A little Stanford, a little Cal. We're going to hear from Jacob DeJesus and Clay Patterson. Two of the three guys that really jumped out to me today at the local pro day. So we'll talk a little local pro day. I was on campus today down at in Ninerland as we are 2 weeks and a day away from the 2026 NFL draft. The Niners with 6 picks overall, including their first pick, 27th overall. And I was on this morning with Murph and Marcus talking a little Niners, a little draft, and they're asking me what do I think? And, and it's really hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of different directions they can go. Daniel Jeremiah stopped by this morning with Murph and Marcus, and he had a bunch of things to say. He doesn't think trading Trent Williams aligns with the 49ers win now mode after they signed Mike Evans and Dre Greenlaw. He thinks it's too late to be in the market for a left tackle. Doesn't think that the Trent Williams trade stuff is legit. Had a lot to say. Says edge, offensive tackle, and wide receiver are the 49ers' top needs. And I think I'd probably push back on that one just because I don't think so. I would say their primary needs are edge, left guard, and a great player in the secondary. Safety, a corner. You got a bunch of receivers. You have Trent Williams and Colton McKivitz and Austin Pleasance and Verdarian Lowe at tackle. I think it's edge for sure, but then I think it's left guard, and I think it's a great player in the secondary. Daniel Jeremiah said that he likes, I'm looking at all these first name guys, he loves Mike Evans and what Mike Evans can do in the red zone for the Niner offense. I think that's really exciting to hear him verbalize that this morning. Doesn't see much of a trade market for Brandon Ayuk. Was asked about Myles Garrett to San Francisco, and he said, well, I love the idea of it, but, GM Andrew Berry of the Browns has already publicly shut it down. So until we hear otherwise, it seems, Garrett seems unlikely to be moving. And yet there's constant rumblings around the Browns that Garrett may want out and may have already asked to be dealt and may get dealt on draft day. So that's what the people that I talked to this week in Cleveland had to say. They said, well, we don't know how Myles Garrett feels about Jim Schwartz getting passed over for Todd Monk and for the Browns head coaching gig. And he may have already told the Browns he wants out. And there's a lot of people that believe that the Browns are going to draft a defensive end in the first round and move on from Myles Garrett. So would the Niners go all in on Myles Garrett? I mean, that is intriguing. Really is, when you think about how great of a player Myles Garrett is. All right, let's hear one quote from Daniel Jeremiah. We'll talk a little bit about the local pro day, and then we'll get to some of our interviews. We're going to hear from both DeJesus and Patterson. Really, great to catch up with them earlier today. We'll play some of that. But first, let's hear from Daniel Jeremiah. And he was asked, what are the Niners going to do at 27? And he kind of went through some options. Oh, do we not? We don't have that up and going. All right. Well, maybe we can get that a little bit later on this hour. But basically, what he said was he likes at 27 Akeem Mesidor from the Miami Hurricanes because he thinks Mesidor can slide inside and play defensive tackle on some downs. To me, that sounds an awful lot like Mikael Williams from last year. And I would be, if you're really drafting an end who really you like better inside, I got to question that, right out of the chute. It's like, didn't you draft this last year? Are you just duplicating your picks? That seems redundant. But he also mentioned Cassius Howell, the Texas A&M edge rusher. And then he said he really likes Malachi Lawrence if the 49ers decide to trade from 27 back into the second round. So interestingly enough, RSF 49ers on X is talking about right now, or just tweeted out that UCF, University of Central Florida, not University of California, San Francisco campus, UCF edge rusher Malachi Lawrence is visiting the Niners this week, according to the NFL Network's Mike Garafolo. And you heard Jeremiah say that, he really likes Malachi Lawrence, and I do too. I mean, the guy ran 4.52 in the 40 at the combine. He's definitely going to go in the top 50, and he is an explosive edge rusher. When you look at the 49ers, they had 20 sacks, 20. They were dead last in the NFL. I think that probably, is in line over everything else, the defensive end spot. So Daniel Jeremiah also said the Niners are clearly still behind the Rams and the Seahawks. I think that is obvious to everybody who's unbiased. So I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this whole thing shakes out in the draft. But everybody's got their thoughts. Everybody's got their breakdown on it. So today was the Niners local pro day. 47 players worked out down in Santa Clara, and they had some good ones down there. As far as the top 10, I can give you 10 guys that I thought were interesting. Devin Leary, the quarterback who played at NC State and Kentucky, who was drafted by the Ravens a couple years ago, big, strong arm, former team captain at NC State and Kentucky. He was there throwing the ball around. Masses, the corner from Cal, who had a really good year. I could definitely see him going maybe on day 3 of the draft. He was there. Julian Neal, who went to high school locally but played collegiately at Arkansas, a cornerback. I think he was one of the higher-rated guys there. Skylar Thomas from safety from Oregon State was out there today, and he may be somebody who could come to the Niners. He ran in the 4.5s. He had a 36-inch vertical, and he's got a lot of special teams experience, and they're probably looking for a special teams safety. Colin Wright from Stanford was there. Colin Wright had a 39-inch vertical. He was a 3-year starter down on the farm. Really good college player. We'll see what he does in the NFL. If you said who was the best player there, I think it was probably the former Cal Bear, the former Texas Longhorn tight end, Jack Endries. Endries, I think, is going to be a 3rd or 4th round pick, maybe 5th round. 36-inch vertical at 240 some odd pounds, 4.62 in the 40. He was really good at Cal, and then he went to Texas. He was really good for Texas. So he's just a good receiving tight end. He's not the biggest, widest blocking tight end, but if you're looking for another receiver, and the Niners probably are, with Kittle probably going to miss some time, Endries may make a lot of sense. So he was there today. One guy that I thought was kind of interesting, the veteran defensive tackle Ross Blacklock worked out today, the former TCU defensive tackle who's been in the league a couple years. And he was a free agent, I believe, a lot of last year. I know there were some injuries. Niners were trying him out. Chris Kasarik was absolutely barking in his ear throughout the workout. So they're looking for Blacklock maybe to take a roster spot this summer. They said goodbye to Jordan Elliott. They said goodbye to Kalia Davis. They're really young there. So I think they'd like a veteran, and Blacklock kind of fits that bill. So who really stood out? And the 3 guys that really stood out to me, now everybody's going to have their own guys. Clay Patterson, the defensive tackle from Stanford. I mean, this guy is really something else, man. 6'3", 280, started his college career at Yale. And I had a chance to talk to him. We're going to listen to that conversation in the next segment. Interesting guy, 2-time Ivy League, first team all Ivy League, 6'2", 285 pounds, Good student, obviously. He went from Yale, got his degree at Yale. He's coming to Stanford. He's from Frisco, Texas. He's a 3 tech, but he's also maybe like a 5 tech. But man, this kid worked out. 285 pounds. He got a 36-inch vert. He ran 4.85. That's a great time. All ACC honorable mention this year. Smart, fast. The motor he looked impressive today. He really did. Clay Patterson. I could definitely see the 49ers signing him as an undrafted free agent. He stood out. Another guy who really stood out, also from Stanford, is their special teams captain, Essa Dubre. You know, Essa Dubre is a pro athlete, and he might be able to take Robert Beal's job. Beal left for Miami in the offseason as a free agent, and the Niners are looking for that linebacker, that defensive lineman / linebacker who can play special teams. And Essa Dubre he's Stanford's special teams captain, played 298 special teams snaps this year. Big hitter, 6'2", 260, kind of a shorter defensive end, had a half a sack in the big game against Cal. He was all academic team, track star in high school, standout wrestler. You know how much I like that wrestling background. I think he can play that same role that Beal played for the Niners, just on special teams. You're the last defensive end. And Essa Dubre is not going to get drafted. So that he, to me, looked like a pro athlete. He's from Georgia. He was a top high school linebacker back in the day. And you can just see him working out today on this field. He stood out. I mean, he is a professional caliber athlete, and he's a smart kid who's got that wrestling background. And all you're really looking for is an undrafted free agent special teamer. And I think he can make the team. So remember that name, Essa Dubre. Who was the best player down there today? I'll tell you the guy that I really liked, Jacob DeJesus. Now, I'm a Jacob DeJesus fan. Started at UNLV, transferred to Cal, and what a year he had at Cal this year, man. He was fantastic. 108 receptions for DeJesus this year, over 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns. This guy had big game after big game. 14 catches for nearly 100 yards in the big game. 16 catches for almost 200 yards and a touchdown in the Louisville game. He lit up North Carolina. It was something ferocious. It was 13 catches for 105 yards against UNC. This guy can play. I mean, yes, he is small. There's no question. Jacob DeJesus is small. Started at UNLV, but this year he led the ACC in both receptions and all-purpose yards. Slot wide receiver, maybe a little special team return man, punt returner, kick returner, super tough. He told me some teams like him as a running back out of the backfield. He's a gadget guy. He told me he ran in the 4.4s, a 4.44 40. That's fast enough. He's 5'7", but man, this kid is impressive. And if you watch what he did at Cal, 1 year at Berkeley just lit it up, just absolutely lit it up. Making plays all year long for JKS. So we're going to take a timeout. We're going to come back in the next segment. We're going to talk a little bit we're going to let you hear our conversation with Jacob DeJesus and our conversation with Clay Patterson. Then we're going to welcome in Brian Peacock, and we'll look ahead to the draft in 2 weeks. It's Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants shut out the Phillies today, 5-0. Back-to-back shutouts. They got 3-run homer from Rafi Devers, 5 2/3 scoreless innings from starter Tyler Mahle. Next up, off day tomorrow, then a 3-city, 9-game roadie that kicks off in Baltimore. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
faithful. Time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Back to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger with you on this Wednesday. Today was the Niners local pro day, and had a chance to get down there and talk to a couple players. One of them is Jacob DeJesus. And the old scout used to say to me, if you really want to get the essence of a football player, you got to see the way they play the biggest game on their schedule. So I thought to myself, well, what's the biggest game on their schedule? The bowl game? He had 9 catches for 138 yards in the bowl game. Well, maybe it was against SMU late in the year after Thanksgiving. 12 catches, 97 yards, and a touchdown. No. It's the big game on the road against Stanford, a game that Stanford won 31-10. Huge, crushing defeat for Wilcox, to say the least. What did DeJesus do in that game? 14 catches for 96 yards. And I caught up with him today. And I asked him, man, I said, you're a kid from Manteca. How excited are you to be standing here inside the 49er complex?
It's literally a blessing from God, man. Words can't really describe, what I'm feeling right now, just to come out here, like you said, being from where I'm from, Manteca, like, an hour away and, wearing this jersey, to represent a local team. And so just to see where I came from 3 years ago in my life, I was working at UPS playing junior college, at Modesto Junior College. And I always felt like I was destined for, big things, but could never imagine that I'd be here, you know what I mean? And so it's just such a blessing. I'm just so happy and grateful to have this opportunity to come out here on this field, man, and it's been a dream come true.
Well, man, I've watched you a lot. You have every right to be out here, man. You're a ball player for sure, and you're going to play at the next level. What are you hearing from the NFL? What are they saying to you about your role in the next level?
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams like me as, definitely a punt return, kick returner. And I knew that was going to be, my ticket, entry to get here to this next level. And even the Washington Commander scout even talked about me playing running back a little bit as a third down back, coming in and, catching passes out of the backfield and things like that. So he was telling me, if I come, with them, he could see me being like a running back and being in that running back room. And I think I just, could show them my versatility. You know what I mean? I could play, different positions on the field and, be an explosive, dynamic returner.
How cool would it be to be on the same backfield with Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk? I mean, you ever think about that? Like, hey, man, I could be on the same team with Juice and with CMC.
Yeah, exactly. It would be crazy, man. Like, just thinking about that, because especially CMC, that's somebody I used to watch growing up. You know what I mean? And then just watching Niner games, Juszczyk and him just are a big part of the offense. They're really important, especially just the things they do. They block, they catch passes out of the backfield. They get carries. They're just really versatile, both of them. So it would be a crazy trio.
Yeah, no doubt. You make people miss in space. You make a lot of big plays. Is there somebody in the league that you kind of look at and say, man, I kind of admire his game, I kind of model my game after him? Is there somebody that you study on film?
Yeah, there's a lot of people, and I think when you look at size, I think Wan'Dale Robinson is a good comparison to me. Even when he was at Kentucky, seeing the things that he did in college and how it translates to NFL. I mean, he had 1,000 yards receiving last year in NFL. I think he's the shortest player to ever do it, I think. But yeah, you just, I model my game after him. I think he can make people miss. You could get him the ball in space on screens, and he's also a threat downfield. So I think I can model my game after him a lot, and I do.
What do you think of, give me a thought on Brock Purdy and Mac Jones? I mean, you're in this market. Some of these guys are from here, but they played collegiately somewhere else. You're actually playing locally, so you're probably watching a lot of Mac Jones. Yeah. You're seeing Brock Purdy. What'd you think of those two guys watching them?
Man, they're amazing. When you talk about like the next level quarterbacks, those are two guys that, bring that. And I think Mac Jones did a very good job this year, stepping in for Brock Purdy while he was out. I think he showed that, he's a really good quarterback, maybe it was the systems that he was in previously. And, Brock Purdy, man, I feel for him and his story, he's an underdog just like me. And so for him to come in within his first few years and take this team to a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? It's a very good, he's a very good stand-up guy. I like his beliefs and, his culture. And so just, it would be awesome to play along with those two. You know what I mean? Just two underdog guys just like me. And so they're really great quarterbacks. It would be a dream to come true to play with them.
Man, it would be cool. So many Cal fans would be fired up if you were here. How about Jake Tonjes and you in the same team?
Yeah, exactly. I never
connection.
got to meet Jake, but I just heard nothing but good things about him. Another underdog story, walked on at Cal, and, ended up earning a scholarship and then, coming here, getting picked up by the Niners. It's just a great story, you know what I mean? And I believe he went to the same high school as Jack Andrews here. And so it's just another local guy, to come here and play for, his hometown team. That would just, and to be on the same team as him, that would be so cool.
What's your best 40 so far this spring? What's the best number you've put up so far?
I had, some of the scouts clocked me at 4.44.
4.44.
So yeah.
Is that what you expected, or did you expect to run faster?
No, I definitely think I was in that 4.4 range, and I definitely, was trying to. That was my goal, to be in that range. Yeah.
So many receivers come into the NFL, and for whatever reason, it takes some time. Why do you think that is? Why do you think receivers struggle out of college? I know you haven't gone through it yet, but it seems like there's a lot more complexity to this at this level.
Yeah, definitely. I think the defenses are a lot smarter. Yeah. You know what I mean? The players here, each level you go up, it gets harder and harder to get open. You know what I mean? And so I think just the technicalities, it's no more just a physical game, because everybody at this level is superb. You know what I mean? Is very good physically. Everybody could run fast. Everybody could, is big. Is strong. Now it's who can think. You know what I mean? Who could think faster, and who has better instincts and who has better technique at the end of the day. And so I mean, I think maybe that's why college receivers may struggle early getting in, in the NFL. And I think just the game is a little bit different. The hashes are different. Just different terminology. I think it may take some time to get used to, but how I would approach it is try to come in and get with the veterans right away. Try to learn from them, get in their mind. What they're thinking. When they're going to run this route, what they see versus this coverage. You know what I mean? And so I think just doing if I were to come here, man, getting in with Juwan Jennings, man, and Ricky Pearsall, because, people who've already been in the game, learning a lot. And so, yeah, I think it would be really cool just to learn like that.
That's awesome, man. We're excited for you. Where are you going to be draft weekend? You going to have a big party? You going to have family and friends around? Do you anticipate day 3? Where do you anticipate yourself going to? Do you look at yourself as maybe a guy who might be undrafted? What's your plan for the draft weekend?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I know I definitely will be with my family, my little girl, my fiance, and definitely my mom, my sister. Just be surrounded by family. Yeah. To be honest, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if I'm going to be drafted. I don't know if it's going to be undrafted. I know that whatever team I'm going to get on, I promise they're going to get, a hard worker and somebody that's willing to do anything to win, and somebody that's just going to give it their all, because I've been doing it since I was, 6 years old.
Oh, no, you get tremendous heart. Last one for you. Who would you say? There's a bunch of DBs in this draft that you've probably gone against. Who's the best DB that you've gone against at Cal the entire time? If I say to you, you think of like, man, I beat this guy. I went up against that guy. Is there somebody that stands out that you think, man, really top-level player?
I wouldn't say like a specific player. I know there were really good players. I just don't know if they're in the draft this year. Yeah. But just a couple teams that had really good DBs. I thought Duke was really good. Yeah. Duke had really good DBs, really good safeties, and some may say like I struggled a little bit during that game. And then I think also another team was Stanford. Stanford has some good DBs. And
right.
Yeah. I don't remember his name, but number 6. That he's here today at the local pro day. He was a really good DB, and we had a good battle that day. So I just say, Duke and Stanford.
Jacob, we appreciate the time, man. Good luck in the NFL. Good luck with the draft. It was a pleasure watching you at Cal. Hope you're a Niner, man. It'd be great. It would be great to have you in the Bay.
Thank you,
Jacob DeJesus.
There you go, little Jacob DeJesus, and you can tell. I mean, that kid's special. I mean, just absolutely special. He's smart. He's got tremendous fight. I mean, he's no more than, I would say 5'7.5", 5'8", maybe 175. But, man, he's versatile. He was incredibly awesome this year for the Golden Bears. JKS, he made JKS look a whole lot better. This guy's going to make it in the NFL. I really think so. I mean, it may take him a year on a practice squad. He may go undrafted.
because he is 5'7", 175, something like that, But tremendous, it's not the size of the man in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the man. And this guy's got tremendous fight. And he's a tremendous productive football player. So remember that name, Jacob DeJesus. All right, equal time for Stanford and Cal. Clay Patterson has been one of the real surprise guys leading into the draft. Has worked out really well. The Stanford defensive tackle, and I talked to him today, and I said, Clay, man, how's things going?
Things went well. Being out here with the 49ers coaches and everything, just such a great opportunity to showcase my ability, so I think the day went pretty well.
Chris Kasarik, I saw him putting you guys through your paces, and, man, he is verbal, he is loud, he's high energy. What'd you think of one day under Kasarik?
Yeah, I loved him. I mean, my initial thoughts were just thinking how much this coach, or how much he would push me as a player. I mean, it was just a great environment for him to get talking to all the guys, pushing them, and giving us his best coaching.
You seemed like you have gone through the drills that he took you through. None of those drills you were going through for the first time. You ran them with power and explosion. How much do you want to credit the people down on the farm for getting you ready for a day like today?
Yeah, I mean, we just did. They said it was their drills that they do every day in practice, and Coach K at Stanford put us through good drills during our time at Stanford. So I think football drills are football drills, and they translated well.
Frisco, Texas is where you're from. How did you wind up at Stanford?
So I first was initially at Yale. So I graduated there, played 4 years, and then entered the transfer portal, ended up at Stanford. It's a great school, great academics, great football, and a great area too. So that's how I ended up there.
You working on an advanced degree at Stanford, or?
No, I wasn't. I was just taking some classes in different interests that I had, whether it be computer science and stuff like that. So just taking advantage of all the coursework they have to offer.
Yale, man. So obviously you did well in school.
Yes, sir. That's what they say.
Yeah. So talk to us a little bit about your game, because I mean, you're one of the guys that I think a lot of scouts are looking at. There were a bunch of scouts here today. Talk a little bit about the evolution of your game at Stanford.
Yeah. So I think coming into Stanford, playing in the Ivy League, it's a good competition in the Ivy League, but then taking that next step to Power 4 football, you kind of have to understand the game a little better to succeed. So I just put a lot of time in understanding what the offense was running, whether it be through watching film or watching NFL tape and guys like Zach Allen, J.J. Watt rushing, and then how that translated to my game was just understanding the sets, understanding the plays, and then I pride myself on my pass rushing ability, so just understanding kind of the game flow and what's going on and when to execute the moves that I work in the off season and during training camp. So,
what weight do you play at? I think they listed you maybe like 6'4", 280, something like that.
Yeah, I play at 285 in that range.
And do you see yourself playing at that? What spot on the line do you think in the wide nine?
Yeah, I think right now I'm teams see me as a athletic 3-tech. Who can rush the passer and play the run well, which I showed at Stanford this past year. But throughout my whole career, I played all across the line. I played 2 seasons at Yale at D-end, so I'm comfortable in that position. Played a lot of 4-eye and a base front last year at Stanford. So I think whether it be 3-tech, D-end, or some of that 4-eye and a 3-4, which doesn't matter. I can play everywhere. I've had that experience. Yeah.
The correct answer is I can play anywhere they want me to play.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Clay Patterson with us as we talk a little Niner ball, talk a little bit about the upcoming draft. Your numbers are really good. I was looking at them this morning. 4.85 in the 40. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Like 36, 37, 38-inch vert, something like in that neighborhood.
Yeah, it was 35.
35. Okay. Some pretty good three-cone, right? You have some pretty good scores.
Had a good shuttle, had a good broad jump.
Yeah.
So
what are you hearing? Where are you feeling like you could go in this draft? Do you look at yourself as an undrafted free agent? Are you hearing 5th round, 7th round?
Yeah, I feel like when you're you hear everything from guys. People don't know exactly where we're going to go. I've heard that I'll be drafted. I've heard undrafted free agent. I'm confident that a team will take me in the draft. And right now it's just about putting your best foot forward in the opportunities you have like today and then letting the draft sort itself out.
Good defensive linemen watch tons of film. It's very technique rich. Is there an NFL player that you guys watched a lot down on the farm to kind of, hey, let's watch this guy and the way he does things so we can kind of get better at what we do?
Yeah, I think the guy that I studied on my own during the offseason was Zach Allen. I just sorted through all his pressures and just was watching that. Similar build to me. And I mean, he had 90-something pressures in the NFL last year, so I mean, that production at this level is what you want. So
yeah, I mean, he's been a
studying
good
him.
player. Arizona, Denver, he's a good player for sure. And he was an outside player, inside player. That's a good comp for you, huh?
Yeah, no, 100%. He plays everywhere on the line and takes advantage of his one-on-ones and does well in the run game, first and second down. So I think complete player. Yeah.
When I watch you, what stands out about you is your motor. Would you say that is your trait? I mean,
yeah,
you seem like you play with your hair
have,
on fire.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of different traits that make me a good player, but my film does show my ability to make plays all across the field and how hard I'm going each play, and that started early in my career, and then really took a step up at Stanford. I knew I had to do something different to start early on when I transferred there. So I was just practicing as hard as I can every day. Coach Reich makes a good emphasis on relentless effort. So I mean, every time I'm practicing, I'm giving it my all or playing.
Last one for you, Clay. I was really impressed today as well by your Stanford teammate, Essen Dubre.
Yeah,
wearing 50 out here. Tell us a little bit about. Give us the scouting report on him. He seems like he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, no, he does. He was a special teams captain for us. He has great bend. He's very athletic, and I mean, it seemed like every week when we were watching film, he's making a big hit on kickoff. So I think he's a complete player, and I'm excited to see how he evolves into the league in special teams and on defense too.
Hey, congrats on a great day today, man. Good luck in the draft. Thanks for stopping by and giving us a few minutes.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Clay Patterson, more straight ahead.
All right, a little bit of Clay Patterson there, and good kid, and this really good prospect. This kid plays hard, and he moves really, really well. So something tells me he's going to get drafted, probably 6th round, but he's going to get drafted. If he's not drafted, I would imagine the 49ers are going to offer him an opportunity to come to camp this summer and fight for a spot. All right, 2 good guys there, one from Cal, one from Stanford. Another good guy on deck, Brian Peacock, half of Locked On 49ers. What are the Niners going to do in the draft? We discuss it next with the great Peacock on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader. Sports leader.
And we keep it rolling on Niners Nightly. Joining us on the Uma guest line is Brian Peacock, half of Locked On 49ers on the Locked On Network, and he's with us on the Uma guest line to chop it up and talk about the draft. What's going on, Peacock? How's things going?
Oh, going great. I kind of got out of town a little early for the weekend, doing some wine tasting down in Paso Robles. Was listening to the Giants game on the way down. Heard a Devers homer, and then the signal kind of ran out on me there around Soledad. But yeah, things are going great.
Look at that, a little wine week. People, Paso Robles is kind of a sneaky, little wine mecca now. It's becoming quite the wine place. It's not Napa, but I mean, it's not nothing.
No, for the Southern California folks, it's definitely a spot to hit. I love the San Luis Obispo area. I've been going here for years. Grew up in Visalia, California, so it was always a quick shot over to Pismo Beach.
Okay, you and Lombardi both hail from Visalia. Look at you
yes,
guys.
Rival high schools, I believe, but yeah, didn't know Lombardi back in the day.
Are you a Whitney, or who's the Mount Whitney guy?
I believe he's a Whitney guy. I'm a Redwood high school guy.
Gotcha. Well, let's talk a little Niners. The draft is approaching, and somebody asked me today how many, if I had to pare it down, like to how many possible prospects do I think the Niners could potentially draft at number one, and it's actually kind of an interesting exercise. I came down with 25 guys. Okay. I'll give you the list, okay?
That might be a little light, to be honest with you.
Okay, 5 edge rushers. Cassius Howell, Gabe Yakus, Akeem Mesidor, Keldrick Falk, and Zion Young. Okay, so you got 5 edge rushers possible. I think there are 4 guards or guards that could become tackles. Chase Besantis, Venga Ione, Jennings Dunker, Caden Proctor. Okay, so I got 5 edge rushers, 4 what I call guards. Okay, I know Proctor plays tackle, but he's a guard.
Yeah,
I have 1 defensive tackle, Kristen Miller. I have 2 inside linebackers, C.J. Allen from Georgia and Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. I got to give that a shot. I mean, to me, there's a shot. I mean, he's the best player in college football on defense. And I don't know if Lynch is going to draft him or not, but I mean, I wouldn't question it if he did. And then 4 safeties, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Dylan Thieneman, Jalen Kilgore, A.J. Halsey, 3 wide receivers, Chris Bell, Casey Concepcion, Omar Cooper, 1 tight end, Kenyon Sadiq, 2 offensive tackles, Caleb Lomu, Max Ionacher, and 3 corners. And I actually think the corners are the best players available. D'Angelo Pons, Keontae Scott from Miami, Chris Johnson from San Diego State. 25 candidates, Peacock. That's an awful lot. Can you pare it down? Is there who of that? If I had to bet, if I had to wager, I would wager on Chase Besantis, Kristen Miller, or maybe Keontae Scott. Those are the 3 guys. Keontae Scott, I think, is best player available. I think he could be an all-pro free safety. I think he could play corner. I just think he's great, and he tested great. Miller, I think, is really tight with McKell, and I think is kind of gives me some, I hate to say it, I don't want to say it out loud, kind of gives me some BY vibes. I mean, he's just a rock of granite. And then Besantis is he was the left guard at A&M, plug and play left guard. They need a starting left guard. So where are you on 27?
Well, it's tough. I don't know that I can pare it down. To be honest with you, I think the list might be even bigger. I would probably add some at certain positions. I might take away like the linebacker stuff, and I wouldn't be shocked at all at C.J. Allen or Jacob Rodriguez sneaking into the first round. But I just don't think linebackers in the cards for the 49ers at 27, and I don't think defensive tackles in the cards. I think they told us what they think about this defensive tackle class with the trade for Osa Odighizuwa with the 3rd round pick. It's just not a great tackle class. And if you're gonna bring up BY, I mean, I just don't think the pass rush is there for some of these guys. Although there's a lot of stout, it's such a one-dimensional defensive tackle class. A lot of nose tackle types. And then the other guys that aren't as good against the run, the more mid-round, day 3 potentially guys, Caleb Proctor and Zane Durant are just really athletic interior rushers, but severely undersized. And it's just a strange class, to be honest with you. The most exciting one that I'd maybe add to the list is probably Caleb Banks out of Florida.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of similarities to what the 49ers probably saw when they drafted a few years ago in 2020 when they drafted Javon Kinlaw, including the injury issues, right? And so
right.
I'd maybe add him to the list. Probably shouldn't be shocked there if he's a first-round guy.
That's a good one. That's a good one because he's got a bad foot, but he is a mega talent. Kind of almost like a Chris Jones. He reminds me a lot of Chris Jones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we know the 49ers like their really oversized defensive tackles. We saw him draft one last year in Alfred Collins. I would be pretty shocked by a linebacker or a defensive tackle. But as far as edge guys, I would add Malachi Lawrence to the list, who is just really juiced up. And I think is a player that, with his length, his athleticism, how he tested, he was productive in college. I just think you start to put all of those things together, and he's a player you would have to consider probably at the end of round 1, even though, it'd be much more of an awesome fit if he was there at 58 for the 49ers in round 2. I just don't think he's going to get there, kind of like Gabe Akis. And then who was the other one? Blake Miller. Blake Miller is more – here's where I struggle with the 49ers. Yeah, he's more of a right tackle. Why did he not? He started for 4 years. He had 50. I think he set the record for starts in college football history. He had like 56 starts in 4 years. But why was he a right tackle? Why did he never play left tackle? I struggle with the offensive line part of it. And I think we might disagree a little bit. Max Ahanator is one of my favorites. And if I'm not mistaken, you're a little bit down on the idea of drafting a raw player and having him maybe try to compete at guard year 1 while he learns and kind of is the protege under Trent Williams for that left tackle job in the future. I think it's a phenomenal fit. I just don't think you get that kind of athlete at tackle very often at pick 27, but I can see the other side of it too. It's a very boomer bust proposition.
I like Ian more than Lomu. I think Lomu's safer. Ian I'll tell you, when I saw him at the All-Star games, I thought, what? Look at this guy. 6'6", 330. He's lean. This guy is either going to not make it or he could be the best tackle in football. I mean, he's just really raw. I mean, he didn't play high school football. I mean, this guy's only played 3 or 4 years of ball. I read those Bob McGinn anonymous scout reports on him, and it scared the hell out of me. They're like boom or bust. I just don't think the 49ers, who during this regime have such a horrible track record of drafting in the first round outside of Nick Bosa, they can't take a wild swing on that guy. I mean, I think he's intriguing, but there's bust potential there. I mean, serious bust potential. The other thing I don't love about Ian or Lomu is I don't think those guys are guards. And I don't think that, I'm not a believer that you can just throw anybody who can play tackle in at guard. I think Ian the reports I saw, that he's kind of a slow processor because he hasn't played a lot. And inside, everything happens so fast. And I just don't see him being a great left guard. And then I also don't see the 49ers investing a first-round draft choice in somebody who sits all year. So then I kind of, even though I know tackle is really highly, mocked to them, I kind of think that they're not going to take a tackle unless that tackle is going to be a very good guard, like this year. And I think those guys would be Dunker and Proctor.
I see that side of it, but at the same time,
I like Ian talent.
When you look ahead at the 49ers roster, the 49ers only have 2 starting offensive linemen under contract in 2027. And I think it's a much bigger need than is being reported, and it's not even as much about the contract thing with Trent Williams. It's that you have to have starting players that usually take a year to develop at that position in the NFL, whether it's center, guard, or left tackle. And so even guys that play 4 years as a starter in college football don't have the greatest track record in year 1 on the offensive line. And the 49ers need to get ahead of that thing. But I'll push back a little bit on the idea of Ihanator out of Arizona State being a guard early And that is because this dude has tree trunks for thighs. He's super athletic. And you don't have to be a perfect guard prospect in this scenario, because in the end, you are developing yourself a future left tackle. And he's so athletically gifted that all you have to have is somebody who's better than Spencer Burford was last year. And I think just athletically, he should be able to fail into that job as much as anything. And look, if Robert Jones beats him out, that's okay, because you're really developing a future left tackle is what you're trying to do. And the 49ers don't have starters on the left side of their offensive line signed for next year, even if Robert Jones is good, because he's only on a one-year contract for barely over league minimum, by the way. So I think it's a huge need on the offensive line. I think you have an opportunity to draft a player that usually you don't get that type of athlete at pick 27, whether it's Lomu, but I like Ahana Chor a little bit more. And to be honest with you, talking about the McGinn stuff and the anonymous scouts, I don't really trust, to be honest with you, the anonymous scout evaluations. I trust my own eyes a little bit more in most cases, but it reminds me a lot. Go back and read the scouting reports on Joe Staley. And it was the same thing. Raw, really athletic.
He was a converted tight end.
Yeah, and I think it's that type of a scenario for the 49ers. Could they get the next Joe Staley at pick 27? Because you're not going to get a clean, perfect left tackle prospect that late in the first round. Those guys go top 15. And if Ahana Chor stayed another year in college and developed, and Lomu stayed another year in college and developed, those guys probably would go top 15 next year.
You know, Lomu to me seems more efficient and less dynamic. Ian Acher seems like he's more boom or bust. He's higher risk, but he's higher upside. And to me, no guts, no glory. You know, I'd rather go. I don't want to hit singles. You know, you can hit singles. I want to hit home runs. And Ian Acher. I'll say this: if the late Al Davis were alive, he'd draft Ian Acher. He absolutely would draft Ian Acher. I don't know if it would work out, but Al always loved rare human beings, and that's what Max Ian Acher is. I think the big question, in going into this draft when the Niners pick at 27 is the two Arizona State guys. I think there's a chance that Jordan Tyson, who some people think is the best receiver, and this kid Ian Acher, who some people feel like is the best offensive lineman, that both these guys could fall to 27, and the 49ers might have to make a real tough call. Do you go for, highly rated guys, but maybe a little bit more risk, or do you try to trade back, or do you try to go for somebody more safe? I just look at the corners. You're in a division that has some of the best receivers in football, and the Rams are worried about, matching up with JSN. Maybe if the Rams are worried about it, maybe you ought to be worried about it as well. And you're staring at D'Angelo Pons, Keontae Scott, Chris Johnson. I think all three of those are slam dunk corners. I don't think any of those guys can bust. I'd rather the Niners play it safer in the first round because they have busted so many of their top picks. I want a safe for sure guy. And so I like those corners. I know corner's not the extreme need, but I think D'Angelo Pons is better than Upton Stout, and Upton Stout's the best defensive player on the Niners right now.
That's tough to draft a nickel in round one, especially when it was, the best rookie you had last year was Upton Stout, and you have that position kind of covered. And to be honest with you, I really like Delandre Lenore when he's a nickel as well. So it's the last thing I think you need if you're the 49ers. And they really have been, it's kind of been a mission statement for them. It's not really been something they've stated out loud, but clearly they don't, they value defensive line more than they do the defensive secondary. And I'd be pretty surprised if they went with a corner or a safety in round one, unless there was just too good of a prospect that fell to them at pick 27. Those guys can fall a little bit, so maybe that would end up being the scenario. But and to be honest with you, when you look at the 49ers, and if you're the 49ers and you want to be serious and you want to win games, left guard, you need a starter there. But above that, you have to add pass rush. You just have to if you think you're going to be a contending team. And so if you're looking at it from that aspect, find the meanest, fastest, beastliest pass rusher you can find, even if he's one-dimensional. You got to hammer that in at least once in the first two rounds. And luckily for the 49ers, it's a really deep position, especially for those one-dimensional pass rusher types. So you could probably wait until round two to find that guy. You just won't have your pick. So do you want to be at the end of that run of those names we were talking about, those pass rushers, at pick 58, or do you want to be at the beginning of that run and potentially add, Cassius Howell or one of those guys at pick 27? I think that's probably the big question that will be answered for us in a couple of Thursdays.
Brian Peacock with us on the Uma guest line. If you had to bet every penny that you own, and I know you're a very wealthy man, on the Niners either trading for Dexter Lawrence, Myles Garrett, or trading away Trent Williams, any of these three stories would be massive stories, huge stories, league-wide ramifications, all kinds of rumbling, and talking about the best defensive lineman, the best offensive lineman, and maybe the best nose guard. What do you think? If you had to wager everything you had, Garrett to the Niners, Lawrence to the Niners, Trent away from the Niners, what are you wagering on?
Well, we do know that the 49ers do like to big game hunt, but I think easily the most likely of that scenario would be the 49ers trading away Trent Williams, because it's just the easier thing to do is to say yes to somebody else's offer than to give up enough and pay enough in salary to go get a star player like Myles Garrett or Dexter Lawrence. And we heard John Lynch at the owners' meetings talk about how they probably didn't have enough money to go add Joey Bosa. So are they going to find enough money and draft picks to go add somebody like Myles Garrett? I could see them making some calls and just checking in on what that costs. But I think, and we brought up Joe Staley a minute ago. Remember the succession plan from Joe Staley to Trent Williams. What if we're on the other side of that now, and the 49ers, with this negotiation going on with Trent Williams, are waiting to see what happens in the first round of the draft? And maybe they got one name circled that they really like. And if that offensive tackle is there, would they make that pick and then potentially
might be your guy, might be Ian Nature.
Might be too athletic of a player to pass on, and they think, you know what, we're going to go this route now, and maybe in the middle of the night we hear about a trade before the round 2 starts, after they make that pick, that Trent Williams has then been traded because they got the player that they were looking for at the end of round 1. I don't think that that's an impossible scenario.
Wow. And maybe you get a round 2 pick for Trent. Who knows? I mean, he's the best left tackle in the game. Couple last ones, 2 last questions.
They need to add a pick. That gap between 58 and 127, round 2 to round 4, there's going to be so many good players at some need spots for the 49ers, wide receivers, safeties, pass rushers. If you trade away, say, I don't think it's super likely, but if you did trade away Trent Williams, or say Mac Jones, or maybe you just trade down from pick 27 or trade down from pick 58, I think they got to try to close that gap between pick 58 and pick 127.
2 last ones, and then we got to get out of here. Dieter's doing his thing at 7. According to and the Niners always pull a surprise. I was just fine walking down the street with Robbie Gould, and then all of a sudden he's gone, and there's a 3rd-round pick on Jake Moody. And I mean, it's like they always invent something. There's always a need there that I don't see. They like to do the misdirection. According to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, a trusted source in 49er land, the 49ers have been doing significant scouting work on former Arkansas running back Mike Washington Jr. I do like Washington as a slasher. He's a transfer, but he fumbled like 10 times in his career, and I know Shanahan doesn't like fumblers, but this guy is a talent. And we're talking about a guy who's got good size, who runs in the 4.3s, but he would be a round 2 pick. Are the Niners going to use a round 2 pick on a running back, or is this maybe if they get an extra pick from Trent, maybe they use it on a running back? I mean, what do you make of Mike Washington rumors?
They clearly need a running back. Brian Robinson left in free agency, and the 49ers have one total running back that we know that they trust in Christian McCaffrey. I think they have a second-year running back that they like enough to potentially compete for the number 2 job. At least I think he should be, and he had, 7 carries in the entire season in the last game of the year. They were some of the best carries the 49ers had all year. So, but there's clearly a need to add a running back, and I think it's more due diligence than anything else. And I think speed, the 49ers really lacked speed on offense, and explosive plays. And thinking back to the most successful Kyle Shanahan running games with the 49ers, they had that player that could put his foot in the ground and hit that cutback on a wide zone run and gash a defense and make big runs. And Mike Washington can do that. I would add Damon Claiborne as a really speedy potential 4th round pick for the 49ers. That's one of my favorites in that regard. I think it's more due diligence than anything else. And you should probably never put it past Kyle Shanahan to draft himself a wide receiver in round 1 and a running back in round 2, but I would probably circle the 4th round area more likely that the 49ers find themselves a running back in this draft.
On your way out the door, give me a day 3 gem or an undrafted free agent. Give me somebody on day 3. You watch a lot of film. You guys grind it over there. You and Peacock, or you and Crocker are doing a show every day on the Niners. Give me a day 3 gem, a locked-on day 3 draft gem. Do you got one?
One of my favorite guys that I think is the most slept-on wide receiver. Ideally, the 49ers would be able to add somebody who could compete at guard year 1 and be a future left tackle in round 1. I don't know if the 49ers are going to go that route or see it that way. That's the way I see it. Max and Hanator potentially in round 1. Then you find one of those one-dimensional pass rushers, just somebody that can fly off the edge and get to the quarterback behind Mykel Williams and Nick Bosa on 3rd downs, and that's your round 2 pick. And then you come back in round 4, and Skylar Bell, UConn wide receiver, I think is one of the more slept-on wide receivers in this draft. I just looked at Dane Brugler's Beast draft guide, and he had him as a 4th round pick. I think he's a 2nd round guy. If he's there in the 4th round, or maybe the 49ers can, again, close that gap between round 2 and round 4, when if they move down from round 2 or move up from round 4. Skylar Bell out of UConn, I think Ted Hurst is kind of everyone's favorite sleeper, so I won't name him the 6'4" speedy wide receiver from Georgia State. I'll go Skylar Bell from UConn. He's very similar height, weight, speed to Casey Concepcion and Mekhi Lemon, who are going to be 1st round picks. Phenomenally productive guy, can run routes like nobody's business. He's one of my favorites. If he's there in the 4th round, maybe that could be a home run if they address the lines in round 1 and 2.
Brian Peacock, Eric Crocker, locked on 49ers. We always love when you stop by on the leader. Appreciate your time, man. Have a great night. Thanks again.
Absolutely. Thanks, Larry.
Brian Peacock stopping by. Good stuff there. I would say my day 3 gem. I like this kid, Fabechi Weewoo, who, yes, I didn't make it up. He's a guard from Oklahoma, and I kind of like Eric Hunter, a linebacker from Morgan State. You know who I really like? I like Dieter Kurtenbach, and he's up next. That's going to do it for us. Cole Lapel, you're the man. Thanks to DeJesus and Patterson, our guests. Thanks to Mr. Peacock as well. Have a great night. Enjoy Dieter. He's next on the Sports Leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Here's your host, Dieter Kurtenbach.
Yes, sir. Sports Phone KNBR. Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. So thrilled to be with you this evening. We're going to have some fun until 9 p.m. Larry took a little top off, and that's okay. We got enough to get in, and we'll make it. We'll manage. We'll make it work. Just kind of like the Giants have. They're managing. They're making it work. We got a lot of Giants talk to get to today. It doesn't feel like it. It really doesn't feel like it. I don't blame anyone for looking at their radio, hearing this with their ears, and going, "What the hell is Dieter talking about?" They've won 2 series of baseball this year. They've played in 4. They've won 2 of them. That's what matters. That really is what matters. When they lose, my God, do they lose. And when they win, damn, they look professional and clean and like they know what the hell they're doing. And somewhere in the middle, there's a baseball team. Somewhere between those two, the Giants will shake out. And the hope, obviously, is that they shake out a little bit more towards the very professional, very upstanding, winning baseball team. But at 5-8, after really impressive, again, professional, back-to-back wins over the Phillies in the last 36 or so hours, 6-0 on Tuesday night, 5-0 today, I think it's time to take a breath. I think it's time to maybe pull back a little bit from all the angst and anxiety. Because there's no question, the first series against the Yankees was abysmal. It was awful. They scored 1 run. They gave up 13. That ain't going to do it. But then you come back, you win 2 against San Diego, tip your cap on the third one, you lose 7-1, not a great game. Follow that up with a nice win against the Mets to open up a series at Oracle Park, and then, oh boy, the wheels are coming off again. 4 straight losses, now back to winning. And it's just an opportunity to remind everybody to take a breath, to understand it's 162, and to understand that everybody on this roster is feeling this thing out. Everybody. From the top to the bottom. There is nothing that the San Francisco Giants can take for granted. That was the whole point of this season, that they shouldn't take anything for granted. Because while there weren't a lot of machinations to show, hey, we've made big changes, the roster's a lot the same, all this, the idea of bringing in Tony Vitello was we are shaking things up. We're hoping the shakeup is for the better. We're hoping that having somebody who's a bit more authentic, a counter to Gabe Kapler, a bit more high energy, a counter to Bob Melvin, will unleash the best version of the players that are already paid and already on the roster, the guys that we already have. That was the idea. They also had to take that risk knowing that it could go the other way. And of course, after 3 games and after that series against the Mets, just stop playing teams from New York. That's my advice. You think, man, this isn't working. Right? They shook everything up and it came out broken. But then again, you look at the games that they've won. They haven't just won them. They haven't been nail biters. They haven't been the other team giving them the game. This has been the Giants playing really quality baseball. Would I like to see more hitting? Absolutely. Would I like to feel comfortable in the bullpen whenever they come in? You bet. There's a lot of things that this team still needs to get better at. But they were looking down the pipe at a 1-6 homestand going into last night's game against Christopher Sanchez, who's damn good. Don't let Tuesday night's game fool you. He's a damn good pitcher now. And they won that game 6-0. They get Aaron Nola, who is not as good as Christopher Sanchez, but you certainly would prefer to have Aaron Nola to Tyler Mahle, but who had the better game today? Tyler Mahle. unquestionably. Fantastic. Out there in the Skechers, getting it done. He mowed the lawn before the game, came out in the Skechers, and didn't give up a run. Didn't get burned by Schwarber. Didn't get burned by Harper. Sure, he put him on base. He figured out the next guys. So the Giants, there's a little something going here. And the big development of today, Rafi Devers' bat saying hello. He had that one home run a little bit earlier on this season, but it felt like a one-off. It felt like just a smidge, a hint. When Devers goes yak like he did today against Nola, which was just an absolute bomb. Absolute bomb. I think it was 108 off the bat. A true barrel for a team that doesn't get very many, and we'll talk about that later in the show. And then to follow that up with just a line drive screamer to put the fourth run on the board, you're thinking, oh, Rafi's got his feet under him. Rafi's feeling pretty good. When Rafi Devers is feeling pretty good, this whole lineup makes a little bit more sense. It is built around Rafi Devers. I know that he's still generally new to the San Francisco Giants, that he shows up last year and never really got a full read on the guy. Comes in this year, slow start, not playing first base because of the hamstring injury. There hasn't been a moment or a sustained moment for the Giants where you go, oh, damn, Rafi Devers is that's an all-star. That's the kind of guy that this team's been missing. But that guy certainly exists. He does. Even playing at Oracle Park, that guy certainly exists. And it's one game. He's got to do it now for a week or two or more. But when Rafi Devers gets going, suddenly, not everything has to be perfect to win baseball games. It wasn't going perfect today. They didn't have a damn run for 2/3 of the game. Luis Arraez hits a triple. I think it was in the second inning. And instead of scoring because the ball gets thrown away, he's standing there dapping up the third base coach. He's hitting up Borg like he's a frat boy in Chicago on St. Patrick's Day. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. The Borgs. So they don't score a run that way. A lot of runners stranded. This was Giants baseball as we have known it for a long time now, where they just can't string together enough quality play to take advantage of the opportunities that they've given themselves. They can get the two hits. They can't get the third. They can get a walk and a double. They can't get those guys home. Or they get one guy home, but they never have the big inning. It's very rare. But when you have Rafi Devers in the lineup, cleans a lot of stuff up, even as the 3-hitter, even as a 2-hitter, not a 4, but he cleans a lot of stuff up. He's a true cleanup hitter in that regard. And it looks like he's starting to get his feet under him a little bit. It looks like he's starting to feel what it's like to be Rafi Devers again, and this team can really use somebody like that. But there's a lot of positives to glean from this 5-8 start. I know it sounds ridiculous, especially considering how it did start. But how about this starting rotation? Now, how about Tyler Malley today? Again, out there in the Skechers, the all-black Skechers. Out there looking like he's going to go ref an 8th grade basketball game after this thing. Giants starters came into this game, they're 4-6. That's not on them. Here's what matters to me. They're 5th in baseball in fielding independent pitching. And we've known that the fielding has not been helping them out, to say the least. Here's a wild thing. Maybe not having anyone who's played serious time at first base their entire baseball career on a roster, maybe that was an overlook by Buster Posey. Just a thought. But Devers has actually looked pretty okay over there over the last few. They're 5th in fielding independent pitching, so they're getting their jobs done. They have not been helped out on the whole by the Giants defense, though when the Giants defense does help them, well, look at that, back-to-back shutouts. And here's something even more important. 66 innings. 66 innings so far, and that was going into today, so add another 5 or whatever to the ledger. That's second in baseball in innings. And we are at an early stage of the season where pitchers are not allowed to fully stretch it out. Everyone's, looking to get to the bullpen early because every manager, Tony Vitello probably chief amongst them right now, is trying to figure out what their bullpen is. For some managers, that's less of a question, but it's a question for all of them. And they want to get those guys in there and see them and get some tread on that tire so that they can start figuring out what it is they need, what it is they have, and who it is they can trust. Vitella's figuring that out, except the entire thing is an absolute crapshoot. Maybe we're starting to see some progress there as well, by the way. 66 innings coming into today. Add in Tyler Mally's performance, which I can just tell you off the bat was 5 2/3. And you're looking at a team that can trust, at least at this early stage, at least when everyone's healthy, can trust its starting pitching staff. I mean, the guy who has been most up and down, you could argue, has been Logan Webb. He's been the one who's had to kind of figure it out on the fly. Now he's Logan Webb. He has the ability to dig deep, make the adjustments, and do it. But he's been the one that has probably underperformed the most so far this season. You got to feel good about that if you're a Giants fan. Because if you don't have starting pitching, you ain't lasting long. You ain't getting into the playoffs with just trying to figure it out on starting pitching. Yeah, sure, there's the Tigers from a couple of years ago, and you can look at some of these mid-major, low-budget teams and say, well, they don't have that much good starting pitching. Yeah, but they have great bullpens, and the Giants certainly don't have that. If the Giants want to compete for the playoffs, they need their middle-of-the-order guys, and they need their starting pitching to be really, really good. And they have the potential to be really, really good. And the starting pitching has certainly shown early that they have been very, very good. And I think that we should bank that in until new information develops. But Tyler Malley going out there today, giving up 3 hits, walking 4, yes, but a couple of those were clearly working around two of the most dangerous hitters in baseball, Bryce Harper, who got red hot in this series, and Kyle Schwarber, who hit 56 bombs last year. I don't mind walking those guys. I don't mind moving on and taking my chances, even with ducks on the pond, against an Alec Brome, right? The Phillies, if there was one thing that really stood out to me, if I'm stepping back, taking off the Giants cap for a moment, one thing that really stood out to me in this series was, damn, the Phillies could really use a true cleanup hitter. They could use just somebody to. You got Schwarber batting second, you got Harper batting third, and Alec Brome, that ain't going to get it done. That guy's like a definitive 5-6 hitter. He's a good player. Not arguing that he's not a good player, but when you go Harper and then Brome and Stott and Aroldis Garcia and Marsh, you got a lot of kind of bottom middle guys. So if I'm Tyler Malley and I'm looking at this thing and I go, okay, who are the guys I need to worry about? I need to worry about Schwarber, obviously. I need to worry about Harper because he's here. He's ready to go. I'll take my chances against Alec Brome. I'll take my chances against Bryson Stott. That's good game management. And when you're Tyler Malley and you're not up there with elite level stuff that you're trying to win on guile and command and change of speed, you have to make decisions like that. So I don't hold 4 walks against him at all when 3 of them went to Schwarber and Harper. But 6 strikeouts for Tyler Malley today. And here's something that even stands out more than that. No hard hit balls against him. This is a guy who nibbles the zone, right? This is a guy who, when he misses, he doesn't miss by much. But even with that being the case, when you don't have dominant, try to hit this USOB stuff, you play on the same side of the plate the entire time. Guys can lean into it, take it the opposite way, lace it for 105 miles per hour off the bat, even if it's going to right field or going to left field as a righty. Like, there's a lot of danger in the major leagues if you don't have the kind of stuff that can beat power. And Tyler Malley, I thought, was exceptional today on a day where the ball did fly a little bit now. Aaron Nola gave up 9 hard hit balls. Jonathan Brolin follows afterwards, 3 hard hit balls. I mean, the Giants were lacing the thing. In a game like that, for Tyler Malley to not give up any hard hit balls really stands out. This starting rotation has the goods. Now, if it wasn't baseball in 2026, you could take that to the bank for the next 3 months, but it's baseball in 2026. So that's only as good as, like, it's good for like a week. And then something terrible is going to happen because, well, pitching is basically impossible now. I think the human rupture point of the UCL is lower than the average miles per hour of a major league fastball these days. So we will just keep our fingers crossed for all of these great pitchers in the starting rotation that they can stay healthy despite physics and all those other things that I wasn't very good at in school. I love where the rotation's at, and I love where Rafi Devers got to today. 2 hard hit balls, just an absolute yak of a homer, a clutch homer. A clutch homer. Think about the at-bat that led in to that Devers home run. Chapman's up there, and he's doing a little ABS challenge tango. gets called out. He's halfway down to first, gets called out on a 3-2 count, got himself to a 3-2 count with the challenge, then comes back and gets called out on a little, what was it, a little front door slider? Pretty cool pitch. Pretty cool pitch. And a bonus of the ABS system is that we get more guys trying to do that front door stuff because they know, yeah, the ump might not call it, but the eye in the sky won't lie about this one. And it gives them more opportunities to steal strikes against guys. So I'm for that. For that. But Matt Chapman, with 2 on, thought he had a walk, would have been bases loaded for Devers. And now you're feeling, hey, we're going to get one here. The guy can at least put one in the air, hit one hard enough to where no one can make a play at home. You're feeling good about the possibilities. And Devers goes, you know what? It's fine. I'll pick up my guy. Absolute yackage. And then add to it. Add to it. Giants win today 5-0. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And the Giants have actually, contrary to popular belief, put some good stuff up on the board. These wins, big opportunity for the Giants now. Big opportunity. This is their first real road trip of the season. I know they had that little 3-game jaunt after the Yankees down in San Diego, where they perform extremely admirably. They won a series. But now they get Baltimore for 3. By the way, prepare yourself emotionally. I'm going to prepare the text line as we speak. Friday night, the game is on Apple TV. Okay? Friday night, the game is on Apple TV. You have been forewarned. I'm not telling you to go get Apple TV. You do whatever the hell you need to do. I would prefer you listen to it on the radio. But if you're trying to watch the game on Friday night, it's on Apple TV. You have been forewarned. Regardless, they're going to play Baltimore for 3. They're going to go to Cincinnati for another 3. And then they're going to get Washington for 3 after that, then come home and play the Dodgers. First big, long road trip for a first-year manager. First-year major leaguer, in this case, with Tony Vitello. This is, with some momentum coming into this thing, a happy flight. This is an opportunity for the Giants to figure out what it is they're about, to come together as a team, to find a little bit of chemistry, to come up with something better than whatever the hell that home run celebration thing they got going on is, to develop some sort of a verve, to figure out what Tony V-ball actually is. You're away for 10 days. You're on the East Coast. It's going to be cold. It's probably going to be miserable. No one wants to go to Baltimore or Cincinnati in April. I do believe the cherry blossoms are out in Washington, so that does sound lovely. But Baltimore, Cincinnati, I mean, I guess it's better than going there in July where you're dealing with the wet bulb problem of humidity. But my goodness, not places that I'm looking to vacation in anytime soon. You're going to come together as a team or not. We're going to find out a lot about this squad, but going in with some momentum, going in with some positivity, feeling like, hey, we've righted the ship a little bit. They're still under 500. They still have a lot of work to do. You know, they still are not getting the kind of production they need top to bottom from the lineup. The bullpen is still a question mark, to say the least. The defense is still very up and very down. It's not a perfect baseball team. They won't be a perfect baseball team by the time this road trip is over, but they have an opportunity to develop a bit of an identity, to get into the groove of a baseball season on this road trip, and to really, for Tony Vitello and this team to come together and figure out what it is they're about. It's not lip service anymore. Now it's kind of the nitty gritty. It's not dog days because it's April, but you gotta come together a little bit here. You can't be acquaintances anymore. You got to be a team now on this long road trip. And I think having this momentum going into it, because Rafi's heating up, because the starting pitching's been so good, because there are good relievers in this bullpen, again, contrary to popular belief, not all of them, but there are some good ones. This is a great opportunity for the Giants to not just, keep the thing on the tracks, but to maybe make a little bit of hay here, to maybe cancel out some of the bad tastes that we've had in our mouths from those 2 series against the New York squads. And to come back to San Francisco for April 21st game against the Dodgers and feel like, hey, let's go toe-to-toe with these guys. We can play these guys. That's my hope. 415-808-KNBR. I want to hear from you about it. 415-808-5627. What are you liking? What are you loving? What are you hating about the Giants as they go 11-0 over the last 2 games, 2 wins, looking down the pipeline at a 1-6 homestand, and they come through with 2 extremely professional shutout victories. It's the kind of stuff that you love to see. It's the kind of stuff, hopefully, you love to listen to, because we're going to be doing it until 9 p.m. Kurtenbach with you on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
I saw a team tonight foul Seth Curry with 3 minutes to go in the game for no reason. In the penalty. I get fined when I do wrong. Just fine the hell out of people. You know, we love taking money from players. Keep fining the teams. I've seen 2 fines. And we all know everybody tanking. But you've seen 2 fines. If it was players, we snatched that money in a heartbeat. Why isn't it the same? Everybody love money. The punishment for players is always, let's take the money. Well, now it becomes time to punish teams, and all of a sudden, nobody don't know what to do. Why not?
Draymond Green last night after the Warriors' uninspiring but ultimately victorious performance against the Sacramento Kings, who might have been helping them a little bit down the stretch. To answer Draymond's question off the jump, it's because the NBA is the teams. The NBA is merely a cartel of 30, soon to be 32, team owners, and Adam Silver works for the teams. So, and also he's a completely inept commissioner. So why aren't they finding the teams? Because very rarely does one hand out punishment to themselves, unless it's egregious. And as we have found out today, Anthony Slater reporting, though, through sources, by the way, Anthony Slater through sources, the great Anthony Slater. No. We weren't deliberately trying to foul Seth Curry, an 86% free throw shooter, with about 3:15 to play in the fourth quarter, up 1 while in the penalty. We weren't doing hack-a-Seth. We just are inept. That was sources to Anthony Slater. No. We're not tanking. We just suck. Sacramento Kings basketball, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't see it last night, it did get lost in the shuffle of a game that, I'm not going to lie to you, between the Giants, and this was a good thing, putting on an ass-kicking of the Phillies last night, and the Warriors in a tight game with a Kings team where, if you've been watching on NBC Sports Bay Area, you might have seen over the last, I'd say 2 or 3 months, they've been putting on these graphic overlays on the game. It's like a video game where there's a little circle and then they put the name of the guy that's on there. Now, typically, that technology is used in hockey games, particularly on power plays, so that you kind of have a better idea of who's on the ice on the power play. And there's more space, so you can kind of get away with it a little bit better. They've been using that technology and porting it over. I believe it was the Dude Wipes Data Center or something, sponsored by Dude Wipes. Hopefully they're not a sponsor of the channel, because I just used a very pejorative tone to say Dude Wipes. But they've been doing that, and it's been a hot mess the whole year because there's not enough space on the basketball court. As my mother once told me, they need to make this court 2 times larger. These men are too large. And she was right. She doesn't have a lot of sports takes, but she was right about that one way back in the day. And that was a Mother's Day present. We went to go see LeBron play the Bulls. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. And they've had this thing on there, and it's like, dude, I know who's on the court. Substitutions aren't fast and furious. You know, it's not constant substitutions like in hockey. It's not football where they're very far away and it's hard to read the numbers. Like, I could figure out who's on the court, particularly for the Warriors, a team that I watch every other night for 6 straight months. I know who these guys are. I even know who Charles Bassey is. By the way, nice little pickup, that Charles Bassey. Charles Basketball Bassey, as I like to call him. Regardless, last night I needed the Dude Wipes data screen to figure out who the hell is on the Sacramento Kings. They're just making it up as they go. And by the way, they're not even doing that good of a job of tanking. They've won like 7 games recently. They've only won 7 games on the road all year, but they've won like 7 of their last 19 games. That's not tanking. You should see how these other teams are doing it. They're going hard. They're going really hard. Regardless, that was like 5 tangents in one. The Kings, with about 3:15 to go in the fourth quarter of a game that was very easy to fall asleep to. I didn't, because I'm a professional, but boy, did I want to. 3:15 to go in the fourth quarter. Kings are up by 1, and Doug Christie tells Doug McDermott, again, reason why we needed the Dude Wipes, Doug McDermott in the year 2026 in the National Basketball Association, to go and foul Seth Curry, who again is an 86% free throw shooter. foul him deliberately. Now, the idea, as told to Anthony Slater of ESPN, was that they wanted to use a timeout before the 3-minute mark of the fourth quarter, after which every team gets a clear slate. I think it's 2 timeouts in under 3 minutes. So they were about to lose a timeout by going under the 3-minute mark, so they did a foul. Problem is they're already in the bonus. So Seth Curry goes to the line. He only knocked down 1, so maybe Doug Christie was on to something. But they didn't know they were in the bonus. The Warriors were in the bonus. So again, they weren't tanking. They're just incompetent. And I'm not going to lie to you. There shouldn't be confusion about that. That's the issue that the NBA has. Is this match fixing in effect, or are they just suck? And the fact that the Sacramento Kings had to defend themselves in a report when Anthony Slater, who lives up in Sacramento, is around the Kings, covers Northern California basketball, is as good as it gets in the reporting space. When he calls, they have to defend themselves to ESPN, saying, no, we're not actively trying to lose. We're not match fixing as to help our NBA draft odds. We're just really bad at this. I'm just incompetent. Have you ever heard of Hanlon's razor? Hanlon's razor is the theory that you should never blame malice what incompetence can explain. So a lot of people, especially in this day and age of social media and conspiracy theory, like to immediately go, "Oh, they're doing this in nefarious means. Someone's thinking." Never attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity. I'm going to start calling it Doug Christie's razor. Never attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity. The Sacramento Kings aren't tanking. They're just really bad. There's no difference in the wash, but they wanted to make sure that you knew that they aren't actively trying to lose. They're just going to do it anyway. To the larger point, the NBA has lost me. I was Mr. NBA for a decade. It helps that the Warriors were the number 1, 2, and 3 premier show in all of sports for that decade. But I was Mr. NBA for a decade. You buy me some NBA stock. This thing's on the up. And not so coincidentally, as the Warriors have faded, so too has the league in general. And Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, who is very good at negotiating television deals, apparently, is just asleep at the wheel. And they'll do some sort of a Band-Aid thing. Oh, we're going to fix tanking. But what they consistently do is they try to fix something, and then unintended consequences happen because they're not comprehensive. They're putting Band-Aids on gangrene. It ain't going to work. You need some antibiotics. So they got the play-in tournament. This is another one of Draymond's gripes. And by the way, Draymond, the podcast is getting a little loose. Not loving the podcast as of late. That's fine. You'll have more time to work on it in a couple of years. And you're so talented. He'll get there. He'll get there. I promise. Just a couple more years, he'll get there. But Draymond, in covering the Warriors since 2014, I can tell you, Draymond Green is very, very rarely wrong. I would consider him one of the foremost soothsayers in all of the sports landscape. And he went in on the play-in tournament yesterday, and I think he nailed it. I think the play-in was made for teams not to tank. I think that's the part everyone forgets. The play-in was about making teams, 12, 13 seeds, keep going. But they ain't keep going. It slowed them down, and then they hit the brakes. So there's been 2 moves that Adam Silver has made to try to make this thing more competitive over the last 5, 6 years. One was a flattening of the odds in the lottery, right? Oh, no, you shouldn't tank hard because, well, we're not going to give you as much incentive to do so because your odds will be effectively the same as everybody else's. To point, Washington, Indiana, Brooklyn, and Utah, they are so actively trying to lose, it's legitimately pulling down the entire product. Utah has lost 10 straight games. I'm surprised it isn't 30. As it stands, Utah is the fourth worst record, tied with Sacramento. So they have a 11.5% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick and a less than 50% chance of getting a top 4 pick. They have marginally better odds than Memphis, who has lost 5 straight and has one win in their last 10 games, and Dallas, who has 25 wins, has been actively trying to tank for weeks now, is 2-8 in their last 10. Their odds are like 11% better. The 3 worst teams, Washington, Indiana, and Brooklyn, all of which who are actively trying not to win. Washington's lost 7 straight. Indiana's lost 3 straight. Brooklyn's actually won 2 straight games, which is shocking. They all have 14% chance to get the number 1 overall pick and 52 to get a top 4. It's a lot of numbers. You don't need to remember them. It's just to say that the harder you lose, the less you're incentivized to win in a weird, twisted way. By flattening the odds, you've actually incentivized losing more. Because even if you were going to try to go for the play-in tournament, what's that going to get you? This is a problem the Warriors are looking straight in the face. Like, what are the Warriors getting by playing hard? What are they achieving by playing hard? They're going to be the 10th seed in the Western Conference. It's not entirely their fault that they're not very good. Injuries to Jimmy Butler and Steph and so many other players have been the big culprit as to why they're 37-42. But they're going to be the 10th seed. So that means that they get to go on the road, and they're going to play either Portland or the Clippers. I believe most likely Portland. They'll have to win that game, and then they get to go on the road again, and they get to play the winner of the Suns and the Clippers. So now they have to win 2 games on the road to play Oklahoma City in a 7-game series. Why? Why bother? What do you think is going to happen? After Steph comes back and the Warriors lose to the Rockets, but Steph was unbelievable, and the Warriors had life and energy, and Draymond looked 10 years younger, Steve Kerr goes to the podium and maybe a little bit drunk, not literally, but basketball-wise, goes, hey, we're in the mix with Steph. What mix would that be, Steve? Seriously, you guys are a sub-500 team. Yes, you're much better with Steph Curry. There's your obvious statement of the show, the week, the month, the year, the century. But what mix would you say you're in here? Because a wood chipper can also mix things. And that's what the Warriors have coming up for them. Again, can they beat Portland at the Moda Center? Of course they can. With Steph Curry? Hell yeah. Can they beat the Clippers or the Suns in a 1-game set? Sure. No problem. But then you get 7 again. Well, you're not getting 7. Then you get to play the Thunder. You're not winning 4 games against the Oklahoma City Thunder. You're just not. You're just not. So what's the upside here? If you're looking at trying to get something for this season, what's the upside for the Warriors? And that's what every team that's no good is looking at with the play-in tournament. Why would I bother with that when the more I lose, the better chances I have of getting a draft pick? Because we flatten the odds, which means that just worse than mediocrity is actually a pretty good place to be. And being absolutely objectively terrible, yeah, you got better odds, but it doesn't guarantee you squat. Brooklyn and Utah have been actively trying to lose for a half decade. They're still at the bottom of the league. Flattening the lottery odds was one of the dumbest things the league ever did. And the play-in tournament was one of the dumbest things the league ever did. So you want the solution? Just reverse everything you've done. Reverse everything, Adam Silver. Go back to 1 through 8. Go back to worst 4 teams, have the odds, and everyone else, you're going to have a miracle shot. Because as it stands right now, the Warriors have 3, well, they'll play 4 games in the second round if they get out. But they got, 4 more wins left in them come playoff time? Come postseason time? 4 more wins? Max? Probably 3. And that's if they get to that 7-game series against Oklahoma City. Meanwhile, they got a 9% chance of getting top 4. They got a 2% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. Which of those two things is more exciting to Warriors fans? I'd say it's the draft picks. And I don't think that the Warriors should be anywhere near those odds. But hey, Adam Silver, he thought he'd fix it. Unintended consequences. Yeah, they show up a lot. Maybe we shouldn't be calling it Doug Christie's razor. Maybe we should call it Adam Silver's razor. Never attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity and incompetence. Hopefully you don't say that about this show, but hey, sometimes I lean right into it. 415-808-5627. Get in on the action. We're going to talk some Sharks. We're going to talk some more Giants. If you want to talk NFL draft, I'm your guy. Kurtenbach hanging out with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
The beautiful sounds of Augusta National. Masters start. I got to talk in my normal voice. Sorry. Masters starting up tomorrow. I love the Masters. Love it so much. It's getting a little loose. Getting a little loose as of late. Dude Perfect hanging out with Bryson on a YouTube video, and Jason Kelsey making an ass out of himself today in the par 3 tournament. I'm willing to overlook those things because I was reading today that Mark Calcavecchia, you might not know Mark Calcavecchia won the 89 British Open. He's a major tournament winner, longtime PGA Tour guy. People who know golf know Mark Calcavecchia. Well, he got escorted off the premises today at Augusta National for cell phone usage. That sounds ridiculous to a layperson, but to anybody who reveres the Masters and understands the allure and prestige of Augusta National, Mark Calcavecchia might have committed murder on the course. Cell phone usage at Augusta? How dare you, sir? How dare you? They have standards there. And some of their standards are preposterous and outdated, and they've had to be forced into more open-minded, more progressive. I wouldn't say progressive because they're about 40 years behind, but they've had to speed up a little bit. But there is something truly awesome about the Masters. I've been lucky enough to go once. 2012, an all-time great Masters. Bubba Watson, playoff hole, out of the pine straw. I was right there as the ball looped around. I've never seen a golf shot like it. Unbelievable. But the Masters has standards. The Masters carefully curates and cultivates a culture that is so different than anything else in sports. And they protect it, or at least I thought they were, protect it with extreme severity and sincerity. And as we enter the Masters first round tomorrow, and I'll give you some picks here in a second, I'm going to ask the other professional sports leagues to maybe take the hint, to maybe look at the Masters not as this weird one-off, but as maybe something aspirational that you could do as well. I think we saw firsthand how bad it can get when Netflix hosted that opening night monstrosity. Baseball is a game that has some reverence, right? It's a game steeped in tradition. We might be talking a lot about StatCast and barrels and inverted break and all this new age stuff. But it is still, for the most part, and in all the good parts, the game that's been played for 150-something years. It is still an old-timers game. There's still a steady pace that's maybe not in line with our ADHD minds of 2026, but is something that we can count on to be relatively steady. It's a companion sport. The Masters is a great companion for your boy as I'm going to sit in my office and then neglect my family this weekend over the next 4 days. It's a great companion. Sunday, I'll be into it. Saturday, moving day, back nine, top 30 guys or so, I'll be into it. I'll be watching it, hands on it. I'll be into it. But otherwise, it's just nice to have on. It's nice to be in the background. You're hearing the birds chirping. Gallery, the patrons, as they call them, getting excited every now and again. It's great lo-fi. I don't know if you people work with music on, but I like to listen to like lo-fi Japanese jazz when I really need to get deep work done. What I really want to listen to is the Masters. I don't need the announcers. I don't need Dave Fleming at the 14th hole or anything like that, though it's fantastic. I just want the sound, the ambiance of the match. I want to bathe in it. It's so wonderful. It's AMSR sports version. It's fantastic. And that's only possible because they have said no. They have said no to cell phones on the course. They have said no to everything that Live Golf stands for, save for their golfers. They've said no to modernity in so many ways. They want to be the antithesis of the Waste Management Open in Phoenix. It's nice that we have both, but it's so great that someone's actually upholding their values in the sports world and sometimes saying no to money. What a concept. Maybe if we protect the thing that we believe to be inherently valuable, that's worth more than the amount of money that Kalshi or whomever go down the line would give us. Our values are more valuable to us than your dollar. We're making plenty of money as is. Maybe other sports can take a page out of the Masters book. Maybe baseball in particular can take a page out of the Masters book. I think the NBA is too far gone. I'm not sure the NFL can do it in the sense of we're all too blindly drunk on a Sunday. That thing is commercialization to the T. I wish college football would understand that people in the South, it's everyone in America. It should be everyone who loves golf in the world. But people in the South, they revere the Masters. Why? Tradition, pageantry, a little bit of that Southern charm. College football used to have that in spades when it was a regional game. Tribal thing. Now, people in the big city don't care about it, but in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in Athens, Georgia, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, no, it meant something down there. That was religion. That was something sacred. College football values. And I think they've sold that out for this playoff money and these mega conferences. The TV money first, now the TV money in a more acute manner. I hope baseball really does see that maybe they're pushing up on the limit and say, what if we pulled it back? What if we leaned into tradition? I think a team like the Giants has, to their credit, and sometimes I've bemoaned it, to be fair, a lot of forever Giants stuff, a lot of thinking in the past. You can tell how bad a team is playing by how much people talk about the past of that team. But what if you could port the past into the present? What if you had a connective tissue there that you weren't reminiscing? It just felt like a continuation. Because the Masters, be it in 2026 or 1966, there is some connective tissue still there. The scoreboard is still manual. There were no cell phones in 66. There sure as hell ain't any now. I'm just hoping that maybe we can take a page out of it, because once you sell the soul of your sport, you can't buy it back. And there's nothing more valuable than the souls of these sports. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty. This is going to be the driest Masters in the last 15 years. It's going to be nice and pleasant the first 2 days. It's going to be hot over the weekend. They did not get a lot of rain down there. When you do get a lot of rain down at Augusta, the course gets a hell of a lot easier. There's no nice way to say it. It is always going to be tricky. It is always going to reward experience. But with the way that golfers, especially American golfers, currently play, it just gets a hell of a lot easier. Bomb it down there. The rough is not U.S. Open height, so you're not as penalized. And then if it's a soft green, you can kind of put it anywhere, and on a lot of holes, you can just get your two-putt and get it over with. But the green won't punish you in the same way that it would at a U.S. Open, or in the same way that it will, I expect, because it's going to be so dry, this weekend. Firm and fast, and that to me means elite iron players only. So I'm going to give you 5 names here. These are not the 5 best names, and if we're being honest, these are probably the best betting values, and hell, I'll just give you the odds if you are so inclined to this sort of a thing. I'm going to go from top to bottom. If we're talking about iron play, it's got to be Colin Morikawa, the former Cal Bear. I know that the back is flaring up. I know that there are concerns about his form going in. But if it is about who can hit the cleanest, purest iron shots and who has the tightest approaches When Kawin Morikawa is right, there is nobody better at that game. There is nobody. So Kawin Morikawa at plus 3,500 feels like good value to me. Now, maybe you just play that as a top 10 or a top 5, something to that effect. But I like Morikawa to get off the schneid this weekend. Y'all probably don't know about Siwoo Kim. But if you watch any golf at noon on a Thursday like your boy does down in the office, shout out ESPN Plus. You know that Siwoo Kim is the flusher of all flushers. Every iron shot this guy hits is perfectly pure. It sounds different. Kind of like how when Rafi Devers is right, it sounds different coming off his bat. It sounds different coming off the irons of Siwoo Kim. The guy can't putt worth a damn. Okay? He can't. He had a chance in this tournament. I think in 2021, he couldn't putt it. It's around the greens where it's an issue, and it probably will be an issue. But if we're talking about who can get it closest on approach shots, Siwoo Kim, plus 4,500. I'm always going to be a sucker for Shane Lowry. Shane Lowry is a hell of a golfer. His issue isn't that he can't drive it long enough. He can flush it with the best of them. He's a very good putter. He just can't perform in the clutch. That kind of thing isn't permanent to me. That kind of thing feels like if it's the right weekend for you, if the gods smile upon you, maybe you can perform in the clutch. Maybe Shane Lowry just runs away with the damn thing because he's the best all-around guy and I think the best iron player amongst the guys who could be in the... I think he can run away with it. Plus 7,000. Akshay Bhatia, lefty. I love lefties at Augusta. Mickelson, obviously. Mike Weir. A lefty at Augusta has a competitive advantage because of the way the course lays out. In the same way that if you hit a high draw, you get an advantage. So why isn't anyone talking about Akshay? Why I don't hear any love about him right now. When I turn on Golf Channel at 6 o'clock in the morning, when I got the ESPN Plus thing going during the Houston Open, I'm not hearing any Bhatia love. This guy has performed really, really well. I think he came in second at Pebble. He's having a good start to his season. He's plus 6,500. And now here's your name. NorCal kid. Kurt Kitama out of Chico. Runner-up at Riviera, runner-up at the Arnold Palmer. Great iron player. Great iron player. Plus 15,000. There's the Masters for you. We'll see what happens. I'm so looking forward to it tomorrow. One of my favorite 4-day stretches of the year. Masters golf. I don't tune in as much as I used to the entire golf schedule. I have it on in the background. I'm not plugged in as much as I used to be. I haven't played in a couple of years because I got these damn kids. But the Masters comes, I shut it down because that, to me, just as much as opening day, is the beginning of spring. And if it's going to be firm and fast, give me the guys who can flush it from the fairway. Kurtenbach with you until 9 on the Sports Leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Hey, we're back with you, the sports leader. Dieter Kurtenbach's hanging out until 9 p.m. and no longer. I will not be here a second after 9 p.m. Sometimes I do, but not today. Boy, I'll tell you, it doesn't seem like the Sharks are going to be around here much longer. They're 3 points back, though they do have 2 games to play more than the Nashville Predators. Damn, man. They play in Edmonton tonight. It's a game on TNT. They finally figured out that Macklin Celebrini is must-see TV over at the Atlanta home base of TNT. Good job, boys. Sharks go down in the first period 2-1. It's 4-2 now. They really have a hard time. They really have a hard time with Edmonton. They can't lose very many more games, and yeah, this is not looking like it's going their way. You can only ask so much from Celebrini, who has a goal in this game. Again, Nashville 3 points up. Nashville's got 4 games left to play. The Sharks, including this one, have 6 left to play. But if they can't get this game to overtime and at least steal a point, it's going to become very, very difficult to imagine a circumstance in which they are able to make the playoffs. This isn't to say that it won't be a wildly successful season for the San Jose Sharks, but when you get a taste of the possibility, you kind of want the whole thing. Oilers are 26-2-0 against the Sharks over the last 5 seasons. Yeah. Edmonton is not a complete team. They got big goaltending questions. They got some real depth issues. But my goodness, complete ownage, and they've been in the Stanley Cup final now, so it's not as if they're scrubs. Sharks just didn't bring it tonight. Didn't bring it. And I love their scrap. I do love their scrap. I love their ability to fight back from self-inflicted adversity. But at a certain point, every game is a playoff game for this team. And some nights they got it. Some nights they don't. They kind of just look like a young team and a team full of guys who probably shouldn't be in a playoff position. Not the young guys. The young guys, they got to learn this thing the hard way. They got to go through the ups and downs. But, playing Klingberg tonight after he's been out for the last 4 or 5 games, what the hell was that, Warzo? What the hell is that, Ryan Warsofsky? I'm not the biggest Nick Leddy fan, but clearly he was giving you more. I think Dmitry Orlov had some real questions as the power play quarterback, but just going back to Klingberg, disaster. And then playing Nedeljkovic tonight, big question mark. I think if I've taken anything away from this sort of post-Olympic swoon that the Sharks have had, and there have been moments where it looks like it's going the right way, but more often than not, since the Olympics, they've lost. If I've taken one thing away, I don't know if Ryan Warsofsky's the right coach for this team to make the playoffs. I think he was the right coach to get this team to a point of competence, but some of his lineup decisions, I'll give him some benefit of the doubt. It's really hard when you don't have obvious answers, when your blue line is such a question mark that, maybe we just mix it up. But he's made some weird line moves. He's made some weird roster decisions. And I'm not going to pretend as if Mike Grier doesn't have some say in it, but he's given him a lot of autonomy. And I don't think he's done very well with that autonomy. And there was some weird stuff a couple of weeks ago where he goes, "Oh, you got to earn your ice time now. We're done just handing it out." It's like, well, you guys are in a playoffs. You guys were in a playoff spot. Maybe you should just keep handing out the ice time. That seemed to be working for you. But the second this team shifted into, hey, it's playoff mode now, baby, is the second that they really started playing crappy hockey. And it's the second that Warsofsky really started putting his stamp on the season. And I'm not sure those two things aren't connected. I'm not sure. We might be in a bit of a Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr situation. Now, to be very clear, hockey coaches, they just get rolled through. They're like managers in soccer in Europe. They just get put in the grinder. Pete DeBoer is currently the coach of the Islanders. They had 4 games left. They fired Patrick Waugh, to put in Pete DeBoer, who's just sort of always around ready to take a job. But yeah, I think, what was it? Forget the Golden Knights coach's name, but they fired him with 8 games to go and put in John Tortorella straight off the set from ESPN. Like, NHL coaches do get the brunt of the blame. Again, they're kind of like soccer managers, and you'll see teams, especially teams trying to stave off relegation, they'll go through 4 or 5 managers in a year. It's not that bad in hockey. It's usually only 2. They'll only fire one guy a year. But we could be getting up to that point in the not too distant future. Again, I have not liked what I have seen when it comes to the decisions of Warsofsky, and I think that he was the right guy to get this young, inexperienced, but extremely talented team to a point of competence and to get them in a position to make something out of this year, which is in and of itself a success and should be celebrated. But I really do wonder if he's the guy to get him over the line or to even get him into the tournament. Maybe one more year of this, and we'll find out in earnest. And next year, obviously, pretty obvious answer as to what the goal is for next year. It's you got to make the playoffs. You got to make the playoffs. You're going to have Macklin Celebrini, who, had they made the playoffs this year, and I guess they still could. I'm writing them off now, and that's proven to be a very dumb thing to do for these San Jose Sharks, which is appreciated. But Celebrini has as good of a case as anybody for MVP, the Hart Trophy. He won't get it because this team probably won't make the playoffs. If they do make the playoffs, I don't know how you can say he shouldn't win it. He's 19 years old. He's pushing up on the points record for the Sharks in a single season. He's got over 100 points. I think it's like 105 now. Like, he's unbelievable. I think Will Smith has made real strides. I think Sam Dickinson, the defenseman that they took, has made real strides as well. I like Kiefer Sherwood. I like, Eklund's great. Like, Descharnay is great. Like, they got a lot of really good players. Next year, the goal is playoffs. No question about it. But if Warsofsky can't get him there next year, then he's got to go. And if they get in and don't look competent, and I'm really extrapolating this thing out well beyond the realms of reasonable logic, but like, again, there's some Mark Jackson to him. And I just hope that we don't find out that he's been secretly recording his assistant coaches in a way to get them fired. Like, I just hope that there isn't some weird behind the scenes thing going on. By all accounts, very nice guy, very serious dude, very buttoned up in a lot of ways. I'm not sure about him. I'm just not sure about him. And going into the season, I said that about a dozen players, and I'm not sure. And damned if 10 or 11 of them haven't convinced me, like, oh yeah, they're the guy. They're it. Warsofsky's the one where, you have those questions coming into the year, and I don't know if he's covered himself in glory in any way, shape, or form. So very interested to see how the Sharks respond to this. I mean, we're more than halfway through the game. They have 6 shots on goal. I mean, 2 of them have gone in, but they only have 6 shots on goal. They're giving up odd man rushes left, right, and center. This is not a good performance whatsoever. Now they get one more goal, they're right back in the thing. Who the hell knows? It's the Sharks. They do crazy stuff all the time. But I'm starting to think more long term about the Sharks coming off of this performance. I want to talk long term about the 49ers on the other side. NFL draft coming up, end of the month. Whew. A lot to get to with that. If you got a prospect you want to talk about, 808 KNBR is the number. 415-808-5627. Call in, text in. I'll talk anybody you want. I got a big old draft guide coming out in a couple days. It killed me. It's still killing me, but I'm excited to share it with all of you and excited to get into NFL draft stuff. And we'll kind of get into the meat and potatoes of how this NFL draft media game works a little bit too. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on the Sports Leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
We're back with you, the sports leader. As I was talking Sharks, Dmitry Orlov out there. Whew. It was his sickest goal of the season. Shame it went into the wrong net. He has been a master of chaos over the last couple of weeks. This will only hit for those who have actually watched Sharks hockey over the last couple of years, but Cody Ceci walked so that Dmitry Orlov could run. Just agents of chaos, man. Absolutely brutal stuff. And it's very much Jover. It's San Jose over for the Sharks. Of course, I said that like 3 weeks ago, and they didn't even particularly play well after they lost to the Predators a couple weeks ago. The rest of the West just sucked so bad that the Sharks got right back into it. So don't count them out entirely yet. It doesn't make any damn sense, but this is a woeful performance from the Sharks on national TV. And I'm starting to think that they might need some new defensemen for next year. Not a new take, but a very strong one at this point. I'm also of the mindset that the San Francisco 49ers need to add some defensemen. And we'll see where they do that. I'm just going to pull back the curtain here for a quick second on how this NFL draft stuff works. Now, I'm a believer in, I love the draft. I love it so much. I love scouting prospects. It's one of the things that I do best. Made a very strong career out of it down in South Florida, doing high school prospects. I wanted to move up to the college ranks, started covering college, made a lot of connections in the college ranks, wanted to start covering pros, came out to the Bay, earnestly, came out to the Bay, have been covering pros since 2014, first at KNBR on the website, and then national columnist at Fox Sports, and then coming to the Merc and being sports columnist in the Merc for the last 10 years. I love my jobs. I love them. Can't get enough of them. To my detriment, I love my jobs. And one of the things that I love most in the gigs that I have is the opportunity to really dive into the NFL draft in a way that I've done for the last 7-8 years. And I've kind of sort of done for my entire professional career. I love scouting players. I love figuring out the trends of the game, the needs of teams, and making connections on that front. I say all this to say NFL draft coverage as it currently exists is fundamentally broken. It is so broken. I hate it so much. The amount of mock drafts that are being put out on a consistent basis is nauseating. Nauseating. And I know why they're put out. It's because the NFL is theoretically and in practice a 365-day sport. It used to be that you had a little bit of an off season. Free agency would end. There'd be a little bit of a gap before the draft. You'd come back for the draft. You'd take off the rest of the summer. Show up for training camp end of July. That's how the sport used to work. But at some point, the NFL decided that's not good enough for us. Every day must be the NFL. And because it is the only sport that can claim to be monocultural, it's the only thing in America, you could argue, that is mainstream. This fractured, totally flattened, no gatekeeper media landscape that we live in has figured out we should talk NFL every day. And there is no part of the NFL that isn't completely overanalyzed, again, to the point of nauseation, on a daily basis. There's always a ridiculous take. There's always some new report that makes no sense because one person heard from one person. We're doing the Ferris Bueller game. Someone got sick at 31 flavors. Make sure that's reported. And then let's regurgitate that on every website and every Twitter account throughout the galaxy. That's where we're at with mock drafts right now. Now, I could tell you with certainty that not a single mock draft that you have seen will get even 60% of the picks right. I'll tell you that with certainty. In fact, 60% is giving many of them way too much credit. This is guessing. Actually, it's not guessing. It's plagiarism. It is a plagiarism machine. And it is a year-round plagiarism machine. These are the original LLMs. Information is ingested. It is slightly tweaked. It is then pushed out in a slightly different manner so that you can't tell that it's actually just the first thing. And you have a mock draft from September, and then somebody else does a mock draft. Well, I can't be completely off the wall compared to that mock draft. I need to make it look like I know what I'm doing. And so we just have lies upon lies upon lies upon guesses upon guesses upon guesses. And I can tell you that because there are thousands of mock drafts. Thousands. From reputable sources, from unreputable sources. There are thousands of these mock drafts. Anyone can make their own mock draft, which is great and fun and a good exercise. But when they're held up in any esteem, that's when you lose me. We have nothing but mock drafts. These people aren't talking to the teams. They're not developing sourcing. And it's not to gatekeep it. If you want to do a mock draft, have fun. Because it's an inherently frivolous exercise. John Lynch doesn't get much right when it comes to the draft, but he does get this right. You all have a plan, and then a draft happens. He likes to say it. He's 100% right. This is a live, dynamic, fluid situation. The idea that you could predict it to any level of certainty is ludicrous. And anybody who knows anything about the league knows that putting out some prediction of 32 picks, as if those are going to be where all those teams pick, as if one thing doesn't cascade into 15 other things in a draft. The idea of putting these out as some sort of guideline so that people better understand, all you do is confuse people. All you do is set standards that then when they're not followed by these teams who actually have to get it right, people get all upset. And you were just guessing. And I'll give you two examples of how much I hate this. One, I think 49ers Web Zone, so a website that kind of aggregates all the 49ers news, I think they do a wonderful job in that regard. But again, they got to feed the beast every day. So anytime a mock draft comes out, and they do a good job of kind of picking and choosing who the best names for mock drafts are. They're not like, oh, Newsweek's Tyler Erzenberger, which is a literal thing I'm looking at right now, said that the Niners are going to take this guy. Like, they don't play that game. By the way, he says they're going to take Peter Woods at 27. Draft Countdown by some guy named Brian Lamb says that the Niners are going to take TJ Parker at 27, the edge out of Clemson. We're 2 for 2 on Clemson. The Northern Iowan. I'm literally on mock draft database right now, just going through. Do you care what Sam O'Hare, and I apologize to Sam O'Hare. I don't know who Sam O'Hare is. I presume this is the University of Northern Iowa newspaper. It could also just be the North Iowa newspaper. Do you care what Sam O'Hare of the Northern Iowan says is going to happen? I personally don't, but if you were interested, they think Carnell Tate is going 6. And they think that Arvell Reese will be the number 2 pick with David Bailey going 3rd. Just in case you were wondering. I could keep going. My point is merely with WebZone, they are putting out an article or two every day based on a mock draft that they see. And 9 times out of 10, this is the headline. Niners find Trent Williams replacement in latest mock draft. This is how most of these mock drafts are done. Because teams, the people who are doing these mock drafts, they're not in with the team. They've been told by their editors, like, you got to put together a mock draft. Oh, okay. Just here's a list of prospects. Here are like the 50 reasonable players that could be taken in the first round. Fill it all out. And what's the main headline with the 49ers as it stands now in this very quiet period of the season? Oh, they're in a contract standoff with Trent Williams. Oh, well, this is an offensive line class that should have a good number of offensive linemen available late in the first round. It's just the way it shakes out. Bang, bang, done. Easy stuff. Just consistently mock offensive linemen to the San Francisco 49ers. Don't worry about the fact that Trent Williams is going to sign a new deal, and anyone who is plugged in at all with the Niners or with Trent Williams' camp understands that this thing's going to get done. Never mind the fact that Chris Foerster does not grade on the curve at all with his offensive linemen. At all. So the Niners won't be reaching for anybody when it comes to an offensive lineman, and that he is very particular about his grades, and they are oftentimes quite different than what would be considered consensus. Completely ignore the fact that the 49ers have other needs at other positions that could be well filled. Now, again, lowest common denominator stuff. Niners, Trent Williams. Oh, well, this is an easy way to solve Trent Williams' problem. As if you can solve and replace Trent Williams. As if the 49ers, a team that wants to compete for the Super Bowl this year, but has overt needs that can be filled in the first and second rounds of this draft. As if they would be like, you know what? Let's just draft somebody and keep him on the bench for 2 years. Because, by the way, it's not like Trent Williams is just going to play out this contract and then he's going to have 2 more years here once that contract is signed. Minimum. Let's just get somebody to fill in that spot. They're not even presenting guys that could play guard in the short term. They're going true long-term tackle solutions. It's lazy. It's uninformed. And it's omnipresent on these mock drafts. Take it one step further. I was on CBS Sports today because I saw one of these mock drafts and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? They did 7 mock drafts in one day. 7. This isn't actual information. This is just flooding the zone with blank. This isn't anything useful. It's just flooding the zone. It's gotten so bad that when I was working at Fox, I would do the mock drafts. So I can tell you firsthand, it's just guessing. Now, I worked my ass off to try to develop some sourcing and stuff like that. The more I got to learn, the more I realized we're really just guessing. But I had to do my job, so I was trying to be informed on my guesses, but they were guesses. And I had some wild takes. Oh, man, I got lambasted left, right, and center on the internet because, whoa, this guy, well, I'm going to go with my board and what I've talked to people about and all these things. But, oh, that doesn't line up with what NFL.com's mock draft said. Well, I don't care what their mock draft said. I'm not trying to plagiarize them. But when I was working at Fox and I was doing that, I got a little bit upset, to be fair, to be honest, when they would, right around draft time, say, okay, Peter Schrager is going to do a first-round mock. I've spent, 2 months doing these 7-round mocks once a week, talking to teams, trying to really developing this thing, working my ass off on it. And I'm playing a lot of catch up compared to the big insiders at the time. And I'm still playing catch up to the insiders because I don't take crap off of agents. But Peter Schrager was working at Fox. They would say, okay, Peter Schrager's going to do a mock draft. And it would come in. And it would oftentimes, get this, contradict what I had been saying. But I was guessing. And I talked to Schrags about this. And he goes, it's pretty straightforward. I call every team and I send them a list of everybody that's been taken. And I say, who would you take here? And then they tell me. Which, by the way, that's how you should do it. That's good reporting. Now, of course, they're never 100% right. But he says, I wait until the last second. I try to have as much intel as possible. I don't tell you nearly anything close to what I really know. But I just run through all the teams, text the general managers or the decision makers on all the teams, and they tell me who they would take in that circumstance, a circumstance, of course, which will never come up. But he would always have the best mock drafts that you could actually learn something from, glean something from, because he wasn't just guessing. And a lot of times those mock drafts would come out, and people would be like, whoa, what's this guy smoking? Nothing. He's talking to them. He's talking to all of them. If I'm talking to 6 or 7, he's talking to 32. So I was getting rightfully owned by Peter Schrager. I noticed today that Peter Schrager had a mock draft come out on ESPN. I imagine he's going to do a couple more. So he too has to feed this machine now. He too has to give up on some credibility and trying to get it right just to give them something to talk about for a day on First Take and all this other bloviation nonsense, which we would never do here. And I'm looking at some of the stuff, and it's pretty clear, and this is something that I can tell you firsthand, a lot of teams haven't really narrowed down their boards in a tight way yet. The boards are full. I mean, they know who their draftable players are. They have an idea of where they want to take all of them, but there's still a lot of refinement to be done here on April 8th. And you can tell that there are a couple spots where Peter Schrager, the great Peter Schrager, who I have nothing but respect for and does it at a very, very high level, is just having to do some guessing too. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. So I'm not going to do any sort of a mock draft for y'all. I'm not going to tell you, at 27, it looks like this it fall into them this way and that way. But I will tell you is this. The best situation for the Niners, as I see it with my board, and I have evaluated more than 300 prospects so far in a deep manner. Way too deep, annoyingly deep. I don't know why I keep doing it, but here we are. I'm sick in the head. I think that there are about 130 draftable players, legitimately draftable. The 49ers have picked 27, 58, 127, 133, 138, and 139. That is where you want to be. Because obviously not everyone's going to agree on 130. Some teams will say 110. Some teams will say 150. Every team has their own grading on certain guys. Some teams are going to like guys more than others, less than others, all that stuff. But if we're operating in a space where there are maybe 150 draftable players, you want to have your picks all in the top 150. Even if you only think there's 125, you want to be in that top 140, 150 range. So the Niners are sitting well there. The other aspect, they would be best served to be as close to 40 with both their first round pick and their second round pick. Because the way it shapes up at 27, and again, this is guessing, but the way that, from what I'm hearing, I'm not going to give you the full 1 through 32, but from what I'm hearing, it could work out wonderfully for the Niners at 27. They could have a choice of 3 or 4 players that they would be thrilled to take. Those guys could also be off the board, and then they would really want to be further down because otherwise they'd be stretching in so many regards to get a player. Ricky Pearsall somewhat comes to mind, and I'm a big Pearsall believer, but Pearsall was probably 15 to 20 picks too early based on at least the in-the-league consensus. But they did it because you have conviction, you take your guy, you don't worry about it too much. You also end up with a Nick Martin that way. So sometimes you lose, sometimes you lose. They'd be best served to trade down from 27 into the early second round and to get up from 58 so that they have more options available to them, because once you get past 50 or so, and again, there's a pretty big margin of error there. But once you get past 50, really 55, it gets real hairy real fast. I want nothing to do with the third round of this draft. I think the Niners knew that when they made their moves. Like, I think that they are in a very close to perfect position in this draft. I would say come down from 27, come up from 58. If you can do that in one fell swoop, more power to you. It's probably going to take 2 trades, but I would say do that. And if you got to toss in a 139 or a 138 or whatever, so be it. But you need to get 2 guys who can start for you in a specific role on day one. And I would say the 2 most pressing needs, one is unquestionably the most pressing need for me, is they need a sub-package pass rusher. They need someone who can come in on third down, knock Nick Bosa over to 5-tech, have Mikel slide over to 3-tech, have Osa go to 1-tech. But they need that D Ford, that Leonard Floyd, though Leonard Floyd wasn't really that Bryce Huff. They need that just true bona fide I kill quarterbacks pass rusher. Probably not going to do anything for you on first or second down. You would love it if they could, but somebody who can just pin their ears back and go, typically a smaller guy. There's a lot of those guys available in the second round this year. If you're taking one of them in the first round, that's probably danger zone. I would also say, I mean, you can go down the list. Left guard, I'm not as concerned about left guard as others. I think that of the guys that they have in house, one of them's going to win, and I know how Chris Furster runs his offensive line. He's going to feel fine with that. Now, if they can bring in somebody in the late rounds, more power to them. Another hat, another name to pick out of the hat. But I don't. You can't draft a guard in the first round. Tyler Linderbaum taught us exactly why with his fifth-year option situation this season. So you can't draft a guard in the first round. I don't think there are any guards worthy of first-round picks this year on top of that. So I would leave guard for later. Wide receiver is a viable option. Tight end would be a viable option if you had any belief that Kenyon Sadiq could get there, but he ain't, so now you can wait because I think that the best tight end beyond Sadiq is Oscar Delp. He might be available in the fourth round. He might just be a day 3 guy. I like all the day 3 guys more than I like the day 2 guys at tight end, at least as it is currently being presented as possible. I'd love Sadiq. I don't think it's going to happen. Safety is another one. And we'll see what the Niners want to do at safety. I get the feeling, and this is just a feeling, that Raheem Morris wants to wait and see with safety. I don't get the sense that they're looking to reestablish on the back end this year because they would have had any smoke whatsoever in free agency towards that position, and they just didn't. They didn't. I think they want to see what they have in Siegel, in Brown, in Mustafa. Like, I think they want to find out if those guys can do it in a Raheem Morris too-high shell before they start bringing in anybody who is entitled to some playing time because they were drafted early, or bringing in a Justin Simmons who's going to, even at this point, command a good deal of money. I think they want to wait and see there. Second round pick, though, that I do think is a viable possibility is running back. Running back. And it would be specifically Price, the second running back out of Notre Dame, because this is a terrible running back class. And this is not specifically the best way to go about the NFL draft, which is, oh, this is a bad class, we better get somebody now. You should take the player where you think that they are worthy of being taken. But I think Price is a borderline first round back. Obviously, Love is a first round back, the other Notre Dame back, the better Notre Dame back. And I think after him, it gets really bad, really fast. Really bad, really fast. I don't like either of the Penn State guys. Those are 3 and 4 on my board. This Mike Washington has got Isaac Arendo written all over him. It is tough sledding. Jamari Taylor, the kid out of Virginia, there's a little something there. But this is not the draft where you go in on day 3 and say, hey, let's go find ourselves a depth back. No. Every year I usually find a defensive lineman, kind of deep, usually a tackle that I really, really like for the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. And I always find a running back on day 3 that I'm just, oh, this guy's going to be great. A Kamani Vidal back in the day. Oh, I love him. He's the best. Tyrone Tracy, one of my favorite players. Nobody has stood out to me in this running back class, save for Love, who is absolutely a first-round running back, and Price. And this is why I think the Niners should be down from 27 and up from 58. Because if you can get a Zion Young from Missouri who's not first-round worthy, but would give you that sub-package player with some upside now, to where he's not just specifically a third-down pass rusher, in a way like a Malachi Lawrence out of UCF is, or an R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma is, where they can't give you squat on first and second down, in a league where no one, they're running the ball more than ever. In a league where big sets, 13 personnel, 6 offensive line sets are back in vogue like it's 2010 all over again. In that, you need defensive ends that can actually hold up against the run. And what this class has got is a lot of guys who you don't want them anywhere near the field if someone's going to be running the ball. Zion Young can give you a little bit of both. He doesn't have the kind of great bend that you would want out of a pure pass rusher. But on first and second down, he'll give you something in the run game. That's the kind of player that you could add second round. Get down from 27, get into the early 30s. Zion Young will be sitting there for you. Use that collateral, move up from 58, make sure that you can get Price out of Notre Dame as the running back. Now we're cooking with gas. But that's not a mock draft. We're not mock drafted. We're not making a mockery of this sacred institution, the selection. What is it? The selection meeting? God, I love the draft so much. You'll find me watching on YouTube like 1998 NFL Draft Full. It is a vibe, baby. I love it so much. I'm so looking forward to the end of the month when it's actually on and we can remove ourselves from mock drafts and all this bloviation and guessing. But if you ask me, Dieter, what should the Niners do? There's a lot of great options. There really are. First and second round, you should have multiple options that you feel comfortable about. 5 or 6 ready to go, just in the same way last year. They were ready to take a couple of different. They wanted Tetaroa McMillan. He wasn't there. They wanted to take, forgive me, I forget the defensive tackle's name out of Ole Miss, Walter Nolan. They were very comfortable taking Walter Nolan at 11. Mikel's sitting there. They never thought he'd be there. They took him in a heartbeat. And the right decision, by the way. If you want to sell the stock, I'm buying all of it. He was my number 1 player last year. Number 1 on my board. This year, get yourself right around 35 to 45. Get yourself in there twice and you're going to be sitting pretty. That's what I would advise the 49ers to do, having looked at all these damn prospects and having trying to avoid all these dumb, completely guessing plagiarism machine mock drafts. How many more days until this thing? Can't come soon enough. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's going to do it for us tonight on Sports Phone KNBR. Giants off tomorrow, back in action on Friday. Sharks don't look like they're going to pull this off. They have 10 shots on goal. It's the third period. They're down 5-2. Warriors get back at it tomorrow night as well. Hell, we might be talking earthquakes in the not-too-distant future when it comes to Bay Area sports, man. Enjoy the Masters tomorrow. Big thanks to Cole for running the ones and twos this evening. Always a pleasure. Thanks to everybody who texted in. Text line was on fire tonight. Appreciate you guys on the text line immensely. Always fun conversation there. We'll do it again soon. When? That would require me to look at a calendar, and frankly, I'm just not going to do it right now. So in the meantime, I'll say good night, Jeff Passan.